So for molecular oncology, we have very good faculty. Professor Dr. Ganesh is my teacher from MBBS days onwards. We are very fortunate to have you here. In fact, there are many credits in molecular oncology. His name. He is the first person to detect BCR-ABL. We know the BCR-ABL in CML, but the presence of BCR-ABL in acute lymphoblastic leukemia was first elucidated by the work done by Sir at St. Bartholomew Hospital, London. And many of his colleagues, co-workers have attained very high heights, and some of them have even got Nobel for medicine, Nobel Prize for medicine. So we have a small get together at Jimma, and when he shared his experience, his neighbor got last year's Nobel in medicine. So, and we also have Dr. Amit Verma, who is also a well-known figure in molecular oncology in India. Welcome, you, Sharmin. And we have Dr. Silambarasan, who completed his molecular biology training and PhD from Singapore Medical University, and currently working in Roche Genomic Profiling Division. And I myself am a very humble person. I don't have much to claim compared to all those people. And we have Dr. Tejeshwar. Tejeshwar had a wonderful class at Jimma. So I catch all of you and told that you should come to Cochin and present your data on short genome sequencing. So the structure is basic in cancer genetics, and molecular signaling in cancer will be by me. And molecular diagnosis techniques in cancer treatment by Dr. Amrita Suresh. And then good practice in selection of samples and safe transportation of samples to the lab by Dr. Silambarasan. This is not updated one. This is the old one. This is the old one. This is not the updated one. So before that, Sir will talk about it. No, Sir's topic is there. So biomarker predictor of that is not it. This is the old one. So I shall update you the topic in a while, and without wasting much time, I think we can start the program. First, I am going to talk about basic cancer genome genetics and here. So first of all, Madhu sir was very particular that most of those, or at least some of us, may not be knowing the basics of molecular oncology, and someone should talk about the basics of molecular oncology. It finally ended up me presenting the basic molecular biology. The idea of this lecture is to make you understand what is cancer and what is the difference between cancer cell and a normal cell, how the central dogma actually works, and also something about the signal transduction in cancer. So you will be hearing this again and again in the subsequent lectures, so I may not be wasting much time, and I don't wish to bombard you with a lot of complexities, so that at the end of the day you may not understand anything. So I will try to make it as simple as possible, and if you have any doubt, you can ask immediately, and I will try to clear those doubts. So this is the hallmark of cancer. So there are some difference between a normal cell and a cancer cell. The cancer cell, the normal cell, to change phenotypically to a cancer cell, lot of changes has to happen, and that lot of many changes may happen in stepwise manner. And when a normal cell changes to a cancer cell, by and large, there will be these stages. These are very much, limited to cancer cell. May not be always present, it may not be present in a normal cell. But what we need to understand is that all these 13 are, all of them are not required for carcinogenesis or to call a cell or a group of cells as cancer. But most of them are actually required. So if you see that, you can see evading growth suppressor signals. Growth suppressor. So this growth suppressor genes might be mutated, or you have non-mutational epigenetic reprogram. There will not be any DNA change or genomic changes, but the genetic expression can be changed. I'll tell you all those things in detail in subsequent slides. Avoiding immune destruction, enabling replicative mortality. The cells are immortal, usually, say after 25 to 50 cell divisions. The cell then the cell loses its capacity to replicate further. But that does not happen in cancer stem cells, keep on dividing. Because of various genomic changes, tumor promoting inflammation, and so many are there. All these changes, all these cancer hallmarks it attains because of genomic changes. For example, sustained proliferative signal, what it will mean? There is no growth signal, but the growth signals of the receptors are continuing to fire growth signal downstream. Like if you have an EGFR mutation, there is no EGFR receptor, the EGFR ligand attached. So if you go to make it very much clear, so this is the structure of a cell. What you see here, these are all receptors. So any receptor to get activated, a ligand or any substance which comes and binds to the receptor is called a ligand. That has to be bound to this receptor, and the receptor changes and it's continued to fire downstream signals. So usually or normally, for that signal firing a ligand is required. But if you have a mutation coding for a particular receptor, for example EGFR receptor, gene coding for EGFR receptor is mutated, or HER2 is amplified, then lot of proliferative signal firing will happen from this receptor even without a ligand binding. And what will happen is that cell will grow. Like that, genomic instability, mutation, resisting cell death, all of them are hallmark of cancer. And all this happens due to genomic changes. So in a cell, whether it is a prokaryotic cell, that is a primitive cell, or a eukaryotic cell, or a complex organism like human being, all the information required for growth, sustenance, differentiation, everything is coded in the gene, in the DNA, and it's kept in the center of the cell, or called the nucleus. So we know that all these changes, the mutation and cancer, what we know is that cancer is a disease of genetic aberration. All these changes occur due to genomic changes, and this happens due to genomic aberration. And one genomic aberration may not translate or may not transform a normal cell to a cancer cell. It requires multiple stepwise genomic aberration. What they say now is that something like a large or major catastrophic event that happening in the chromosome, in the nucleus, in the genome, like chromatisis. Let's say catastrophic event. Though those changes may have a higher potential to turn a normal cell into a cancer cell, but need not be always such a catastrophic event has to happen. Stepwise aberration can happen, and one of the major example is carcinogenesis in colon, where a normal cell with the when they acquire mutation step by step, a normal cell first it turns out to a hyperproliferative early adenoma. Then it is a very simplified version. It's actually like this, not like this, very complex. Early adenoma with an APC mutation, when it acquires additional KRAS mutation, and we know that there are KRAS pathway and KRAS pathway independent colon cancers are there. So we are talking about KRAS dependent pathway in colon cancer. When KRAS mutation happens, it becomes an intermediate adenoma. Then with the P53, it became late adenoma, and with other mutation become carcinoma. And for a carcinoma to metastasize, it to spread, it has to occur additional mutations, additional genomic changes for it to spread. And what we, in this regard, we also need to understand about oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes. Oncogenes are usually they are growth signal genes, or the genes which codes for proliferative signals. Actually, proliferative signals are normally required in our body for normal growth and normal differentiation. If proliferative signals are not there, we are not going to grow from a single cell zygote to a complex organism like human being. So we require growth signals, but that growth signal has to be arrested or stopped at some particular point of time in an orderly manner, so that there won't be any overgrowth. But if you have a growth signal which is firing continuously without any break, then that proto-oncogene becomes an oncogene. And you also require some gene to stop the proliferation. If some genomic changes have happened in the body, in the cell, you require specific genes to detect that, specific mechanism to detect that genomic changes. If possible, repair that. If that genomic aberration is not repairable, that has to be understood by the cell, and that cell has to be either go into senescence or that cell has to die. For that, gatekeeper genes or tumor suppressor genes actually helps us. This is very, very, very simplified version of the entire genomic process. You will hear more and more in the subsequent classes. So if you don't have that tumor suppressor gene, it's like you are driving a car without a brake. It keep on driving, it will go hit at multiple places and it will not stop till that car is destroyed. Okay. And we all know that the entire information required for the development of a single cell into a complex human being, all our intellect, our taste, our behavior, everything is controlled by genes, and all these genes are, the genes are nothing but DNA sequences, and they are condensed and formed chromosomes, and we have 22 pairs of chromosomes plus a pair of sex chromosomes. Now we'll see the structure of the gene. So we know that we have DNA, and we know that DNA is having double helix structure, which those things I am not going to tell you. And this is bound on a histone proteins, and then they are condensed to form chromosomes. The central dogma is that you have DNA, RNA and protein. The genetic information, we are talking about humans, so we are not going to talk about viruses and bacteria, so we only talk about this central dogma in eukaryotic model only because this is cut and paste from Indian, so that L is there missing. So you have DNA. DNA has to replicate when a new cell or a progeny cell is formed. That is called a replication. And each of these processes, error can happen when replication happens, but we have mechanism to repair those errors. We have mechanism to repair, and This is not like one single step. It's a step by step. The fidelity has to be maintained. The information has to be correctly passed on to the daughter cells or the next generation cells. So that is the replication. And transcription is the process in which an information which is coded in the DNA that information is converted into an RNA. And many enzymes are involved. You have RNA polymerase, you have a bubble that is formed on the DNA, and in that bubble the RNA polymerase goes and attaches there. Then new RNAs are being formed. You have, and then that mRNA has to be, that's called a pre-mRNA, that is formed in the nucleus. So but the protein synthesis happens in the cytoplasm, in the ribosome. So that mRNA has to be transported to the ribosome. While it is getting transported to the ribosome, lot of enzyme can attack this mRNA and destroy the mRNA. So to protect that, you have to modify that mRNA 3' prime. It's called a 3' or 3' poly. A tail is being added. A 5' guanine molecule is being added. Then it is spliced. Since though we have very large chunk of DNA sequence, majority of that DNA portion is not being coded or translated into a protein. Majority of that DNA genomic sequences are, we don't know the function of those genomic portions. They are non-coding portions. So that non-coding portion has to be cut and removed. That's called introns. And the coding portion is called the exons. That has to be united, and then that has to be transported to the cytoplasm, into the ribosome, and then a new a protein is being formed. This is how the central dogma works. So now you have different types of genomic aberrations. It can be at the chromosomal level, or it can be at the DNA base pair level. In the DNA level, you have translocation, duplication, inversion, and deletions. Okay. So this is chromosome A, and this is chromosome of this cursor. Do you have a pointer? So this is a chromosome A, and this is normal chromosome A and B. So in balanced translocation, what is happening is that a portion of chromosome A detaches from there, and a portion of chromosome B detaches from here, and the portion that get exchanged, balanced. And you have an unbalanced translocation, where this is an example of unbalanced translocation, where actually the chromosome A is not gaining anything. It's actually the portion of chromosome A is translocated to this chromosome B. And you have various kinds of inversions, and also you have a circular chromosome getting formed, and it's a very complex procedure. So this is translocation means, I hope you understood what is translocation. Now duplication. The entire chromosome may be duplicated, or a portion of chromosome can be duplicated. That can be there. Inversion is nothing but this is the inversion. I think it's not very clear out there. It's getting ulta. It can be pericentric, or it can be at the centromere level. And you have different types of mutations. It can be one base pair getting substituted by another base pair, or another base pair. We have purines and pyrimidines, basically AT and CG. And in RNA, T is not there, the T is replaced by U, that is uracil. If the one base pair may get attached to one place, that's called insertion, and few of those base pair may be totally removed. That is deletion. Okay. So this is very small over there, but hope this is visible in the back. This is normal. So, and this a set of 3 base pair represent a protein. So that's how the gene works, or the DNA central dogma works. It's not one base pair which is representing a protein. It's actually a set of 3. And usually the AUG, that is called a start codon. They always say in a gene AUG that represents the first codon, and that codes for methionine. And you have stop codons are also there. We have only 20 amino acids, but 64 different combinations of this, permutations and combinations of these base pairs are there. So sometimes multiple codons may represent a single amino acid. Okay, this is very important. So this is normal. So a silent translocation, this is a substitution. The GCC, the CCC in that codon C is replaced by T. It becomes GCT. But GCC and GCT codes for the same amino acid alanine. So there won't be any effect. It's a silent mission. So the end product will be same. Even if there is a change there, it's not going to get represented in the protein, because both this codon called codes for the same protein. Hope that is very clear. Sense, then that is a nonsense mutation. Again, that TCG actually codes for cysteine. And when TCG, that C is replaced by A, it becomes TGA. And TGA is actually a stop codon. Okay, so the protein synthesis cannot move forward. You will get a truncated. Truncated means half protein. Truncated protein, and it may not work. Understood? So that's a nonsense mutation. Then you have missense mutation. Here again, what you see is that AUG is there, GCC is there, and you have TCG. This T is replaced by G here. So the TCG actually codes for cysteine. This is our substitution. And GGG is called codes for arginine. Okay. So, but there is only one protein change there. We don't know the significance of that. That basically depends upon whether an acidic amino acid getting replaced by an acidic amino acid or a basic amino acid. What is the stereosteric structure of that amino acid over there, and what structural change is actually going to happen by that substitution over there. So that's called a missense. Someday it may not produce any effect, someday it may produce profound effect. Now you have frame shift mutation. Frame shift is that, as I have already told you, this is the genome is written in a set of 3 codes or 3 base pair called codon. Suppose you remove one base pair, delete one base pair or there. What will happen is that the subsequently that change will carry over to everything. Those who are written on OSP Mars method, not OSP, that we use entrance examination, we used to blacken the bubbles. So if we misplace one black, then all your subsequent answers are going to go wrong. Right? So that's a frame shift mutation. It's very, very easy to make you understand in that sense, because a change here, GC, is going to carry forward in the subsequent codons, and here that's called that reading frame is totally changed, and mostly you are going to get a totally different protein. That is called a frame shift insertion. I mean deletion. It can also be due to a insertion. And if you add additional 1 over there, also the frame, the reading frame is going to change. Understood, no? This is very basic. I am trying to make it as simple as possible, as layman in making, in a layman's language. So, so if you insert one base over there, that also may change the reading frame of that gene. So they are called the frame shift mutation. Sometimes the deletion may be of 2 codons, I mean 2 base pairs. Then also it may change the reading frame. But if a 3 base pair or any of those multiples of 3 is deleted, then the reading frame is not going to change much. We may miss 1 or 2 amino acids in a particular area, but the subsequent amino acids are not going to change because a group of 3 are going to change. But if provided that happens in an orderly fashion in that codon region itself, but if it happens in between the codons in the intercodon region, then also that is not going to have a profound effect on the subsequent the reading frame of that gene. So this is how it works. So now I need to tell you about epigenetic changes. In the 12th standard, I think you all know, at least those who have took biology as their basic subject, might be know when read about R-post, operon concept, etc. So for a gene to work, the gene has to be switched on, it has to be switched off depending upon the need of the cell. And how that is being done is by the multiple concept, the operon concept is there, R-post concept is there. That can be done by methane. The gene is having a promoter region, then a R-post is that promoter, then you have multiple regions are there, repressor, oppressor, like that will go. So in the promoter region is that region of the gene which actually if ligand comes and bind, or DNA polymerase comes and or RNA polymerase comes and bind to the promoter region, that it's almost sure that the gene is going to get transcribed and later translated. So how can you modify that RNA polymerase binding into that promoter region? If the promoter region is methylated, if you have more methyl molecule in the promoter region, then the RNA polymerase may not be able to come and bind to the site. So to unmask that, if you have a drug which removes the methyl group from the promoter region, like decitabine and all, azacitidine does the same work. So the promoter region again become unmasked and it can do the work. Okay, it need not be always in the DNA promoter region. The histone proteins also control the stereo three-dimensional structure of the gene, and also exposes the promoter region, the coding region, etc. to the polymerases. The acetylation and deacetylation. So without any basic change in the structure of the gene, the cell can actually regulate the genomic expression. That is called the epigenetic change. That is also a major thing nowadays in oncology. And this oncogenes and tumor suppressor gene I have explained to you with the examples of brakes and accelerator. And this is the last slide on signal transduction. It's very, very difficult. This I have taken from Creative Commons because that is the most easiest thing and to make you understand. You see the cell is having a cell membrane, then cytoplasm, and also the nucleus. There are multiple receptors on the cell, inside the cytoplasm, and also sometimes inside the nucleus. For example, the estrogen receptor is in the nucleus. Need not be As you have seen in the picture, the receptor is not always on the surface of the cell or not always on the membrane. The receptor can be on the surface, it can be in the cytoplasm, it can also be in the nucleus. Even the extracellular matrix also can give signals into the cell. And you have multiple types of receptors like IGF likes receptor, G protein coupled receptor, tyrosine kinase linked receptors, integrins, death receptors, cytokine receptors, Wnt signal pathway, which is very important, especially in immunotherapy. When you have excessive Wnt signal activation, the immunotherapy is basically not going to work. You have Hedgehog pathway, which is again very important in medulloblastomas, etc. Patched and smoothened receptors on the surface, and so many of those receptors are there. So, and how this receptor works? It need not be always a ligand. Ligand is a chemical substance which comes and binds to this receptor. It can be chemical, it can be physical, like heat, like and light on retina. It's actually, the receptors on your retinal epithelium works, and that's how we are able to see the world. It can be physical, it can be chemical. The physical can be touch, it can be heat, temperature, it can be light, etc. So, and once this receptor, the function of the receptor is to identify the ligand or the stimuli. It's called stimuli. Then first it has to identify, then it has to comprehend. It has to comprehend what it is. Then a structural change is happening in the result. It can be a structural change, or the receptor plus the ligand get translocated into the nucleus. So many things can happen. And when that happens, the downstream pathway get activated. They are called the second messengers. Like in the case of G protein coupled receptors, you see the G protein and CAMPs are getting activated and released. CAMP will in turn go and release PKA. PKA will getting activated, and downstream lot of chemical pathways are going to happen. In the RTK pathway, you have PK3, AKI pathway, and in the cytokine pathway you have JAK-STAT pathway, and in the apoptotic pathway you have fast-fat capsase pathway. So this is very, very complicated and beyond the scope of this 25 or 30-minute lecture. So what I mean to say that this is how signal transduction happens in the cell. With that I conclude. Thank you.
Since he has given a sort of nice introduction to the whole area, is to take you through how oncology practice has changed, primarily with the understanding of a lot of basic science research which has happened over the past 40 years, and how that has impacted on clinical practice and how you continue to do so. And you have to actually learn genetics as part of your training program. I don't think anybody who's practicing oncology can escape knowing biology anymore. It's not enough to know about school biology, you have to go beyond that. Unfortunately, our training program in India, and Durga will agree to this, is not actually tuned. We are only training poisoners in medical oncology. And in people who are in radiation oncology, we're training people who can burn tissues, or surgeons who cut tissues. We're not training people who can contribute to the specialty, who can understand modern medicine at its fullest. So that's what I'm trying to do. Please be patient with me. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, so this is the most important thing. You know, when I started doing research in 1983, there was no genome project. So it started actually much later, and started by the famous Crick and Watson by Watson actually. He pushed a lot of it and it made a huge impact. Next slide. So you've heard from Uni about the genome, and here, so there are 3.2 billion base pairs, 10 to the power 9 actually. So less than 2% are coding regions. Originally we thought there were a lot of genes. There are only about 20,500 genes. The average gene is about 27. Most of it is made by repetitive sequences. Almost all the genome and all of the people here in this room is identical. It's the 1%, 0.1%, which makes us different. And they're not evenly distributed over the genome, and the functions of many genes are not known. Of course, now we have got other types of regulatory factors like link RNAs, miRNAs, and all overall present in this in between the genes or sometimes within the gene itself. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I just want to introduce how NGS started. See, NGS started some time ago, in the mid-1990s actually. What we're hearing is from Solexa. And this gentleman in Cambridge, who was not working anything to do with cancer or anything to do with sequencing, actually stumbled upon an idea. He was working on E. coli. His name is Shankar. He's a very good chemist. Along with David, actually sequenced the original bacteriophage, which Sanger sequenced by his method. So this whole area then was translated into next generation sequencing. So what the difference between conventional sequencing and next generation sequencing, I will highlight in the next slide. Next slide for me. So essentially, this is what we are trying to do. We've got a gene, you sequence it and identify the variant in the gene. Next slide. So this is what conventional, this is what I used to do. I used to port plot sequencing gel plots, which you with radioactive S35. But now, of course, it's all fluorescent, and you're trying to determine, here it's an A and a G together in the same, and that's what we're trying to find out. Now, the next generation, next slide, it's a simple cartoon showing how you get hundreds of sequences of the same area. So you're very confident, and it's done in a massive parallel way. So it's actually very quick to get large areas covered in a very short period of time, as opposed to a small area covered in a, no, just go back. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this is a link. Next slide. Yeah, fine. Next slide now. Yeah, so based on this NGS, when the original Cancer Genome Project or the Genome Project finished, there were a lot of sequences lying around in Cambridge, in US, and many other parts of the world. And they didn't know what to do with it. That's how the Cancer Genome Project started, actually. And so this, I was there at the meeting when this was announced in US and ASCO. And TCGA was a joint effort with the NCI, and it's a very far-reaching effort, although a lot of scientists didn't like it, because a lot of money was being diverted into sequencing, which didn't have a hypothesis, it didn't have a clear idea of where we are going. But actually it was very important to do that. It's just like understanding a whole book and understanding the whole sequence behind what is written there. So TCGA, the Cancer Genome Atlas, was basically originally on cancers which are poor prognosis, availability of human tumor and matched normal tissue samples. Now this actually changed over a period of time. Now we have got lots and lots of tumors for which we have entire tumor sequenced along with the normal, not only the exome, but the whole genome. Next slide. So the first publication was in 2008, after it started in 3 years in glioblastoma in Nature. The second one was in 2011 in ovarian cancer. I've written 62 types, much more have been sequenced. And there are a huge number of data sets available. So for those of you who are practicing oncologists, you need to go to this particular website, cbioportal.org, which is actually a very simple, straightforward to understand what are the genetic variations. So if you want to look at thousands of breast tumors, what are the sequence changes, whether your favorite gene is altered there or not, this will be a very good way to start. And people have to start using it. You cannot practice oncology with the report. Many of you may actually request a sequence of a tumor, but to interpret the report, you need to understand how things work here. And this is a very good website. Next slide. So along the same time, for 3 years later, Sanger Center, along David Mike Stratton, and the Wellcome started this International Cancer Genome Consortium, which was not competitive, but it was complementary. The TCGA was primarily in the US, although you could send samples from other parts of the world. So this actually was more international. Next slide. Yeah, so we had a huge number of states, countries participating. India is there. And from Kalyani, this is the DBT, Genome Institute in Kalyani in Calcutta, in Bengal actually. So they took up one particular cancer, oral cancer. So you can see different countries have chosen different types of cancers. US, of course, still the large amount. And they have done it slightly differently to what TCGA does. So you can access both data and understand about the molecular features of a tumor. Just to give you an example, you cannot treat any cancer without knowing pathology. And now you cannot treat any cancer without knowing not only the pathology, morphology, but also all the immunohistochemistry to go with it. And you learn how immunohistochemistry is interpreted. So it's just a follow-up of that you have to know the sequence. Next slide. So what are the Indian initiatives? Now, unfortunately, we are a little behind all this in terms of research, but mainly from Delhi through the Genome Institute, Indigen, which is normal genomes are fully sequenced from different parts of India. This is very important. Unless you know what the normal variation is in different parts of India, you cannot identify what are the sequence variants in a particular tumor. So that is actually a very important thing. And Genome India is more recent, 10,000 normal genomes is being sequenced. And that's a very important initiative as well. And in terms of disease, again, IGIB Guardian is a sort of initiative for rare diseases, not only cancer, but other types of rare disease. And there are private situations where you are getting sequencing, and also there are collaborations, not only the TCGA, but also other parts of UK. UK, of course, has got a very big thing going on with the National Biobank, where they are sequencing and identifying all features of 500,000 people in the UK. So that actually information is publicly available, as opposed to these which were not publicly available, but now they are. Next slide. So this is just one slide I wanted to show you. Pan-cancer analysis. This is actually looking at all the cancers, and Campbell from Cambridge actually pointed out how to do this in a very big Nature article. So it's all these data sets from not only TCGA but ICGC as well. And the whole genome was sequenced. So we had 2,658 tumors and the normal comparisons, 38 different tumor types. So what came out of this analysis, which is largely bioinformatic and computer-based, is there are at least 4 or 5 driver events which involve not only coding sequences, but non-coding sequences as well. And many genetic events that led to the cancer occurred very early. So you actually had to pick up much earlier. There was heterogeneity, and there were commonality between the different driver genes amongst tumors. What is most interesting is, despite the term we're all talking about mutations, at least slipped. All right, at least 5% of the tumors had no mutations. So that is very important to understand. At least 5% of tumors had absolutely no mutations. And as Uni said, you had these type of tumors also where you had massive rearrangements and mutations like chromothripsis, chromoplexy, or cattyagis, which are all terms which are used to show sort of catastrophic genetic events which are happening within a particular tumor. Next slide. So what are the types of structural changes you see? And this is a cartoon I've taken up from Bautel's article. And essentially this M class is all the mutations. So you can see different types of cancers, the frequency of mutation changes along with the number of cases you're sequencing. So you are looking at ovary here, it's very little mutations in the ovary. Only p53 is mutated in terms of number of genes. But if you look here, which is the C class, which is all the amplification, copy number variants, ovaries are numbered at the top. So, and you can see kidney cancer is at the bottom. So there is actually a very clear distinction between tumor types which are constantly mutated, a lot of mutations in different genes compared to copy number. Next slide. So this is a new taxonomy for cancer. So we all know about, you say cancer, lung cancer, it's adenocarcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma, non-small cell carcinoma, or small cell carcinoma. So now with inputting all the mutations you detect in cancer, of course there are different types. So you've got different types of mutations here, most common being EGFR, then ALK, KRAS, and so on. Similarly, in squamous cancer, there is difference, and then breast cancer, HER2, PIK3CA, colorectal cancer, of course, RAS, which you heard about colorectal cancer. Melanoma is primarily BRAF, and head and neck cancer different. So essentially, there are different mutations which occur in different cancers, which gives you an idea on what type of cancer it is. And this will become important when we discuss why we should sequence a particular tumor. Next slide. So this is also important. This is more academic, but it's very important to understand. So if you sequence a tumor, say today when a patient presents you with cancer, and then a little later, say after about a couple of years when the cancer relapses, you again sequence a tumor. That is what I'm talking about when evolution. So you can see here there is a clear difference with one gene, TP53, how it changes over a course of time in different tumor types. So the blue mark is a presentation, and the other one, the sort of green one, is when the patient has relapsed. And this is also published in Nature. It's a very interesting article. I would recommend everybody to read it to look at, see how this is analysis of the whole genome. Next slide. So this is an important concept. It was actually highlighted more by looking at lung cancer. Next slide. Yeah, so we have got this horrible looking lung, and we've got different metastases here. And what is interesting is these metastases all are not same mutations as the primary. So there are some shared mutations, there are some shared metastases, there are some private, and there are some which are present everywhere. You can see there's a whole load of differences. Next slide. So you have this sort of branching. You've got normal, and you've got some mutations here, and there are different branches in the tree which sets out how the metastases occur. So this makes our life very complicated. So you think you're dealing with one tumor with one mutation? No. Most of the solid tumors have got multiple mutations, particularly a metastasis is different. So it makes life more difficult in deciding how to treat them. Next slide. So I'm going to, that sort of basic sort of introduction about what is happening and why you need to know what you need to know. So I'm going to present some cases from my clinic where I have sequenced whole exomes. So when you actually sequence a tumor, okay, when you have exhausted all forms of treatment, that is, you don't have any particular treatment to offer, no definitive treatment for better understanding of biology, or for even diagnosis when you have a carcinoma where you don't know where the primary is from. Next slide. So this is actually from another group in clinical medicine where when is it actually indicated? So a lot of people are doing sequencing. Eventually, in about 20-25 years' time, we will have sequencing of all the cancers as the patient presents to you. I'm absolutely sure about it, but now it's still expensive. So when you sequence, when they're going definitive therapy, you don't do it. Occasionally, when there's clinical trials and all that, not indicated in these sort of situations where you've got a patient who's going to live only for a short while, very rapidly progressing and poor performance status. So the whole approach, so the approach is actually either whole exome or genome or targeted sequencing. So most of you here are familiar with targeted sequencing because as oncologists you will ask for, is there an EGFR mutation? Is there a RAS mutation or whatever? The whole exome is important actually for those patients in whom there is no clear target which has been identified so far. Say for example, glioblastoma or some other tumor type where there is no specific mutation for which we have a drug. It's unbiased, no preconception, very rare tumors where no knowledge exists. In comparison between two time points, which you can do as I showed you with evolution. And ideally you require to sequence normal DNA. This is not done by most doctors because they think the guy who's giving the report knows about this. He doesn't, I'm afraid. Most of them are actually postdocs and they really don't know what the variations are in Indian patients. So you have to know if that particular sequence variant, which we talked about, is present normally in the Indian population. If it is not a mutation, it's just a variant. So it's very important to understand that actually. And many of the companies, because the cost increases when you sequence normally. Targeted DNA, of course, you select a panel of genes. Depth of sequencing is more and cost less. Next slide. So this, most of you are familiar, so I'm not going to stress it too much. Lung cancer, you've got all these different genes. Colorectal cancer, you've got PAN, RAS, LB2, and all that. Then breast cancer, you've got a whole bunch of genes which are looking much more. Now, Medgenome has introduced 16 gene panel which looks at all DNA repair. And of course, you've got this homologous recombination deficiency approach, which is actually meaningless because there's no way you can find that in the laboratory. And then you've got leukemia, there's a lot more here. So this sort of thing you can do largely by PCR. You can do most of the things by PCR. You don't need sequencing. Next slide. So in the panel, what genes are you going to include? That's very important. And as a doctor, you should know also. And most of the things are driven by companies. I think most doctors are not familiar with what genes. So you have to have an idea. What are the common genes which are mutated? Are they occurring in sufficient frequency? For example, in ovary, there is no point including a long list of genes which are not even mutated. And then targetable directly or indirectly, pathways that are targetable, relevant drug metabolism, a number of genes vary depending upon this specific company, and I'll show you some examples. Next slide. So what is the output? So if you're doing the tumor as opposed to peripheral blood for germline changes is very straightforward. You've got a strong family history, you have to start thinking about doing germline. So this is for the tumor. Peripheral block is okay, it has to have more than 75% tumor cells. It's very important. Peripheral blood or saliva for controlled DNA. And turnaround time is around 3 to 4 weeks. Of course, it is coming down in time, but you need to have very good preparation on the clinical side. Next slide. So this is the most important part of any sequencing which you ask for. So this is the analysis. So most of the sequencing is done by the machine. If you look at a PCR, it's a PCR machine. If you look at NGS, there is a machine. And most people, even including people who operate it, don't know how it works actually. But this part, once you get the output, this requires a lot of knowledge about how you're going to understand. So I've just put it in a sort of sequential way. You will get the sequence like text, which is not organized properly in a book format with chapters. So you have to prepare that text properly, which requires this particular algorithm. Then you align it with what is normal DNA. That's how you find out what are the mutations, what are the various variations which can occur. And there are software which does all this. And then you identify primarily mutations. Of course, you can do other things like copy number variations and so on, chips. But most people, when they are sequencing, they're looking at only mutations. So this actually requires a person with good bioinformatic knowledge. And most of the doctors will not know about this, but they need to actually understand how to derive knowledge on the mutations. How do you know this is significant, this is not significant? So I'm going to give you 3 different examples. So this is actually a patient of mine, is a retired, very senior police officer. He was operated for T4N0 at one of the premier institutions in the country. He had chemoradiation of capecitabine. Then he started on capox. He had intestinal obstruction, high stoma, so it was a very bad issue. And then he had capiID with taximab, good response initially, but then progression. Then he had panitumumab with the progression. This all happened a few years ago. So because we were running out of options here, you can see, we had to sequence the whole tumor. And getting the tumor was not easy either. The next slide. So this is why archival of all your tumor, getting up a tumor bank in your hospital, if it's a public hospital or a private hospital, is very important. So he had these tumor changes. I've just highlighted the important ones, ABC, which you would see in any colorectal cancer. But interestingly, there was an LB2. This is a significant change, protein to alanine. And similarly, this PIK3C also, and ROS1 also. So we could actually target any of these with different drugs, which you wouldn't have known by doing targeted sequencing. Okay, so that's very important to understand here. So this is whole exome I sequenced. Actually, one of the first we did. Next slide. So this is another lady. It's a mother-in-law of a very senior scientist from Bangalore. So 69-year-old widow, previous smoker, she had CABG, she had mass in the pelvis coming through the os. Biopsy was poorly differentiated carcinoma. We didn't know whether it was from the cervix or endometrium. So it was important to actually make a distinction here. And IHC said, from very good pathologist, said it's possibly ovarian. So we started with that particular diagnosis, and she was treated by somebody at Bangalore, carboplatin into 6, PR, then CA125 is going up, then weekly Taxol, she got neuropathy. So during this phase, we started sequencing a thing at strand. This was actually slightly different type of sequencing. Excellent. Yeah. This was targeted sequencing at strand with only 48 genes. So not all the genes which are. So, but she had a FBX, W7, P10, 53 was normal. So that automatically tells you it is not ovary. It is actually endometrium. Most likely endometrium, because P10 and FBX are commonly seen in endometrial cancer. So that's how you make the distinction on what type of cancer it is. Next slide. So this is another case summary of a senior manager in a public sector. He was also a very senior man. He was diagnosed to have pseudomyxoma. Now, pseudomyxoma, for those of you who are familiar with it, is a very tricky disease and very difficult to manage. HIPEC was tried. That is the best treatment we can do. And unfortunately, they could not remove everything, so he had to be closed. So he had a capox, which I treated with 6 cycles. He had a very good response, PR. But he did progress, and then we gave him irinotecan, and then the PARP inhibitor, not PARP inhibitor, oliparib. I'll tell you why I gave him oliparib. Next slide. So you can see basically that he has got enormous number of frame shift mutations. This is one of the first samples from a pseudomyxoma which we sequenced. This is whole genome, on whole exome, sorry, on mTOR. It's a different type of approach actually. Huge number of frame shift mutation, mucin, collagen, huge number of changes. Then you can see all these changes were there, BRCA1 and 2, BRAF, mTOR, PIK3CA, beta, all of them were frame shifts. So you had lost huge number of targets which you would not have guessed from his diagnosis. And then of course he had missense mutations and lots of other mutations. In fact, it was quite amazing how many mutations he had. So we were trying with oliparib because of the BRCA1 and 2 changes there. Next slide. So this is the last one. This is actually a very important person from Chennai. 55-year-old single lady. She was operated for high-grade uterine layer sarcoma. This was a sort of diagnosis which was made after not suspecting at the time of operation. She had post-operative radiation. She went for 12 months, painful thigh, recurrent disease in bone, and so on. So we again did NGSF. Here, we didn't know what to look for. Leiomyosarcoma, of course, has got translocations, which you can check for. But we did NGS in the whole exome, tumor, and interestingly, she had a BRCA duplication of 10 and 11, which will disrupt the frame. So we could use oliparib here in this thing. She did decline the use of that, but potentially you could have used either platinum or PARP inhibitors. So these are all examples of how you can change your management based on the information you get from the sequence analysis. Next slide. So interpretation is very important to sort of think about interpretation. Not all mutations are important. Some may be polymorphisms, and so comparison with control DNA is very important. It's absolutely mandatory. Although Strand says we know what are the polymorphisms, that's not correct. You don't know actually, unless the Indigen initiative from IGIB is a good example. Plasmid mutations are common, so not everything is significant. And then of course you have to look at, so before softwares came in, this is how we worked out whether the mutation is significant, evolution, conserved residues. What is the change in the amino acid? What is the frequency? Whether it occurs in multiple tumors and so on. So if the change is unknown, then we have to do experiments. So many of the mutations which you see in BRCA1, 2 or other genes, we don't know what the significance is. We call it sequence of unknown origin or sequence of known variant. So, but then you have to do experiments to see if that is actually significant in the function of that particular gene. Only then you will know. So because the number of genes are involved, number of mutations, you cannot keep on doing this. But it's academic labs who are doing this to actually understand it better. Next slide. So I'm going to now switch how why you should do whole exome sequencing and what are the trials looking at it in a bigger way. Next slide. So these are two different approaches, and some of you may be familiar. Basket study design, where you're looking at a single therapeutic agent for a single genetic or molecular abnormality. So for example, if you take BRAF, BRAF is mutated in different tumor types. You can look at BRAF and use one particular agent like vemurafenib, for example, which blocks BRAF. And then you look at different cancers. So where BRAF is mutated. So this is a basket study design. This is some trials have been conducted on this basis, based on whole exome. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is the problem with, So this is a different type of, this is a umbrella design. So you take a single cancer and you try different agents belong. This is leukemia is often it is done. Myeloproliferative disorder is a very big MRC trial going on, which this particular sort of design, where we know the molecular target and then we use a different drug for that particular target. Next slide. So this I don't want to stress, but this is actually the Europeans have come up with a system for how to use exome sequencing data and how do you treat. So there were different tiers where there is an alteration like BRAF and there is a drug which shows improved outcome in clinical trials. That's your best scenario. The worst scenario is SCAD tier 5, where you have some evidence of tumor activity of a particular drug in your laboratory or some preclinical data or some case reports, and then you try that in your patient because he's got the same mutation. So this is the sort of other end. In between you've got depending on. So unfortunately in India we don't have a lot of the drugs which are not licensed. So in the West of course you have, that's the big advantage. But some pharmaceutical firms have been set up in India who are doing only new drug development. So we are access more to new drugs today than we had 10 years, 10, 15 years ago. Next slide. So what is actionable? Some preclinical clinical evidence can be targeted. That will reduce my suffering. And this is actually from Senthil's, many of you know Senthil. I took 2 slides of him. He gave a very good talk at the JIPMA meeting, in fact. And I asked him for his slides and he gave it to me kindly. So this is from his presentation. Next slide. So I'm going to give you a snapshot of a few trials. This is the most important trial which has been going on from NCI, where molecular analysis for therapy choice. So this is based on whole exome. No, this is not based on whole exome. This is based on targeted sequencing of 124 or something like that, targeted genes. And whether there is a drug exists in license or on trial. So there are 24 treatment arms. There are 5,000 patients, 35 patients in each arm. At least 25% should be rare tumors, so 143 genes. So 4 centers, they're looking at all the variants which are possible in this gene. So it's a very large project. It started quite some time ago when they, in the US, and is still continuing. Next slide. So the endpoints were minimum 16% of patients should have a response. This is to address the question whether we should sequence tumors to improve management. So progression-free survival and time to progression. So interim analysis which I heard, but they have not subsequently shown a better one, and of course COVID disrupted everything. 9% are only actionable mutations, so that gives you an idea. So if you sequence all the patients coming through the door, only 10% have got actionable mutations. 87% of the tumors could be sequenced, and 19 of the 33 cohorts have very rare tumors. Next slide. So this is actually the other trial, which was negative. You can see 741, they had some mutation, the Shiva trial, which was published some time ago, and they were randomized, treated with a matched drug or by physician choice. There was absolutely no difference. So this is a negative trial to doing just blindly sequencing all tumors to find a target. Next slide. So this is still in progress. There are many trials like Moscato, MyPathway, Tapo. This is non-randomized 1,035 patients. 11% you can see had a response to targeted therapy. And this is actually more specific for a few sort of pathways we're looking at. And there's an ASCO-sponsored phase 2 with actionable targets. So this is actually to give the benefit of, there are many anecdotal cases. cases, believe me, where patients who had no chance of actually getting a cure, getting cured because we knew the target and giving the right sort of drug for it. Next slide. So the topmost site, again, is a very big study, 1,400 patients, 8 drugs under combination, 44 cohorts. So they found that this particular combination, LB2 positive, 25%, then Weberabinib and Cobimetinib in BRAF mutation, 29%, similarly pembrolizumab, and this also included immunotherapy. So effectively, these type of approaches give you a broad 10 to 15% chance of actually working. Next slide. This is some more. So metastatic cancer, NGS functional assays, and I'm putting in brackets the positivity rate here. Other trials which are ongoing from Target from Britain, then Impact from India, and then the iPredict study. So these are all trials which will inform us in the next few years, maybe 5-6 years, how we are going to deal with this information and how we are going to manage cancer. Next slide. So what are the issues in India? Whole genome and targeted is available in India, there's no question. And largely in the private sector, very rarely only in the public sector. Like IGIP does if you sort of twist their arm a little bit, but mostly it's in the private sector, which is a tragedy actually. Even Kalyani doesn't do, which is in the public sector, doesn't do on request. So for research you can do in the public sector. The cost is variable. We were discussing when we were traveling yesterday in the car, what is the cost for these? I think that is variable depending on which company. Quality is also variable. That's very important to understand that. Interpretation depends completely on the software bioinformatic people, and they're not all uniformly good. And of course drugs, which is the most important thing. We don't have all the drugs which are available. Next slide. So this is actually a cartoon which I took from the net, basically showing how the gene panel testing market is in India. It's hugely explored, amplicon-based, hybridization-based, and then by NGS, by end-use 2019. So you can see there's a huge number of hospitals and clinics which are going, of course, academic and clinical research, and pharma is also going. So it's not going to stop, it's going to increase. Next slide. Given the volume of patients we see, it's going to increase. So, I mean, essentially the whole thing comes down to biology of cancer, basically. If you understand the biology a lot better, which you have to do, and then you can make use of these new approaches. Of course, it's still not, it's work in progress, it's not clear-cut A is going to B. Even with CML, which we mentioned, at least 30% of patients don't respond to imatinib the first time around. So you have to start looking at other drugs. So, to balance optimism with reality. Next slide. So what is the future? Well, I think pathology and IHC remains supreme currently. There's no question about it. However, sequencing of tumors will become very frequent as costs come down, and they are coming down. In fact, I just found out yesterday, for whole exome, one of the companies, Madras, I know very well, gives it for 40,000 rupees. You can get the whole genome of your particular tumor at presentation. So why this is important? Now look at leukemia. So when I started a resident, it was only morphology. The pathologist will tell you it's AML or ALL based on morphology and some stains. There was no phenotyping. The first antibody for ALL, CALA, was actually discovered at Barts, and we were doing it, but we were not using that information to make a diagnosis of acute lymphoblastic leukemia. But 10 years later, we had a whole panel of antibodies as a technology. Now, you will not treat any leukemia without a flow report. Absolutely zero. Morphology, nobody cares about morphology. That's what Lee Atlas said actually in 91, one of the talks, and nobody believed him, and actually people made fun of him. He said morphology is still here to stay, but it's not true. You can make a diagnosis of leukemia on the slide, but what type of leukemia? You need the flow. There's no question about it, and all the other genetics that go with it. So I think management of other types of cancers will also become like that with sequencing. So across pathology may determine treatment, like I've written imatinib, and crizotinib with the two different drugs which are used in different types of tumors for management of a particular patient. Next slide. So this is the last slide. This is my team from Cancer Institute. This is my lab. Most of them have graduated now. This is Garg with Manoj Garg, who is actually in Delhi now. And all the rest are postdocs and students. Next slide. This is my current lab and students. We are just improving now. We have got 6 people. New lab in Srika. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions or any comments you have.
Yeah, one thing which struck me that you were talking about a case of carcinoma rectum where chemo radiation capcitabine and radiotherapy. We have many such patients, and usually we go with conventional treatment, caveops, folfili, things like that, and then the disease may progress and may become refractory, etc. And then comes the idea of doing the comprehensive genomic profile, etc. Then which tissue to be used? The original wax block, that is different, and the subsequently, if there is a recurrence, the tumor would have received a radiation treatment, and then regarding the liquid biopsy or the original biopsy or a recent biopsy, which should be used, and what are the likely differences, because the tumor is always playing with us and coming out with something different. So what is your opinion?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think generally I have gone back to the original tumor for most of these patients because it's easy to get in large amounts. So when a patient has progression or recurrence, then you have to do another biopsy in general if you want a solid bit of tissue, which is not often possible because there may be in sites which are not accessible. If it is in a site which is accessible, that is the best way to actually sequence the second biopsy. Now, liquid biopsy is slightly different. If you're looking at DNA from the plasma or circulating tumor cells, depending on what you're doing. Then you need to know what type of mutations are already there in the tumor to actually pick it up on the liquid biopsy. It's a little harder to do, although NGS can be done on the DNA, but generally whole exome is not done. So in your scenario where you've already given different things like different chemotherapies, radiation and so on, so then you want to know, you already know all the targets which many patients may have had Staxmap already, so the EGFR business is over. So then you need to find new targets, so in which case you need to go with an unbiased and go for whole exome. So in most of the cases I treat, because we cannot get a second biopsy, we go to the original biopsy, including that last person I told you. But if you've got access to tissue and you can do a biopsy, many times like lymphoma we do a biopsy again. Very rarely only we treat based on the primary biopsy. But in other solid tumors we generally accept it's not going to change pathology. But lung we do biopsy again because it can convert itself into a small cell lung cancer. So in which case you need to do a biopsy again. So where you can get an additional biopsy, you do the second one because that will give you more information about the evolution of the tumor and what are the actionable targets. Liquid biopsy I have not done in these scenarios. I have done liquid biopsy only when access is very difficult to actually get or following the prognosis of a tumor in terms of a particular change like, that has been shown in lung cancer, prostate cancer, other things. So that is how I would do it. Yeah.
Morning, sir. Feels like 2005 now, actually. Sir, I have many questions, just like I used to ask you. One thing about the talk that you have given, you chose in your clinical examples 3 different platforms for sequencing. So you mentioned about iTorrent and targeted sequencing. So what were the factors which you considered when you ordered those?
Cost.
Okay.
the most important thing is cost actually. I prefer whole exome when I'm coming at an end stage situation. If you're doing the primary tumor, just now I'm managing a medical director of a big hospital in Madras, I told him we need to have the sequence now, not later on. Much easier to actually understand what is happening. And of course, somebody has asked him to get sequence done on a targeted panel. So essentially, I think in terms of the platform, Illumina is the most widely used. But Ion Torrent is not bad. It can be used for many things. For looking at targeted sequencing in particular. So most people are using Ion Torrent for targeted sequencing and Illumina for more wide. Of course, Nanopore is also there, and of course Roche 464 is there. So there are different platforms. Depends on what your companies also have, because we don't have. Kalyani has got all the platforms, and maybe some like ACTREC in Mumbai and so on. A few public institutions. But in general, it's very difficult to be good in all the platforms in the same place. I like now more and more the Oxford Nanopore. I don't know whether I have not put it that slides in this thing, but it's actually just the size of a mobile phone. The whole thing is just like the size of a mobile phone. So you put your chip with your sample, whatever DNA, into the mobile phone type thing, connect it to your computer. It will do the sequence. In real time, you can see the sequence. So that is how good it has become. Errors are also there, no doubt about it. It's still work in progress. But for long-range sequencing, that is very good actually. So Oxford Nanopore, they're all people who came out of Illumina. So they know the subject very well and they're technically very good. But it is a challenge to miniaturize it so much that you can do at your desk. Yeah, please, go ahead.
So currently we use formalin fixed tissue for most of our sequencing work. Do you think we need to rethink our strategy, probably take more fresh tissue and store it, and analyze RNA instead of DNA?
So, this is again a very important question. See, unfortunately, even in the West, tissue banks are not very common. In Oxford, I had a very big challenge trying to keep a tissue bank. So we all had our personal tissue banks for the tumor types we were interested in, liquid nitrogen. I mean, UK, of course, is doing it on a national scale, so it is different. Formalin fixed tissues, unfortunately, is not ideal. But you can get both for DNA and RNA with carefully prepared kits. You can get enough DNA and RNA sequence, and it is being done. So that's not an issue. Unfortunately, the processing by pathologists require formalin, not glutathione or some other type of processing which preserves it better. So fresh tissue, if you can preserve, it's the best way. But just now we are discussing in Ramchandra to get a tumor bank up and running. They have a sort of rudimentary one, but a proper one where we get all the tissue stored all the time. So from pharmaceutical companies and biotech companies, this is a very important source for whatever they're trying to do. So it's very important, I think, in your case. So fresh tissue is better if you can, but paraffin is an alternative if you don't have that option. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, my question is, might be a stupid question, I don't know.
Stupid question always better.
So how to identify the chromosomal changes on NGS? Because you're doing sequencing and duplications, deletions, translocation. Translocation, of course, on an RNA, if we have long read RNA, will be able, but duplications, amplification, how often will be able to get on?
No, the short answer is that you cannot identify, you can guess by looking at fusion transcripts that where the genes are located, that translocation would have occurred. So that you can guess, please. Now, what I told about catastrophic genetic events, which you also mentioned, which I told, that is very difficult to work out what is chromosomal catastrophe here, because it's not easy. I think most of the other changes like inversion, duplication, if they are actually based on known genes, you can work out. If they are unknown, it's very tough. It's very tough. Only by RNA sequencing can look at fusions, but at duplications and all that, you have to guess. They have done that by looking at whole exome and whole genome, where the same sequence appears 2 different points, close to head or something like that, or head to tail. So then they assume that's duplication, but ultimately, to prove it, you have to go and look at the karyotype. There is no other way.
So should we do a karyotyping also along in case?
Now, see, that is, as an academic person, I would say for CML as an example, you should do karyotype, you should do BCR-ABL, both. No question of just one or the other. But it is the cost again, how much can you do? So that is the problem. So in BCR-ABL, because we are monitoring with CML treatment with BCR-ABL, it makes sense. And in the olden days, CML was a clinical diagnosis. You had a large spleen, you had a high count, it was CML. There was no other. We didn't do karyotype to establish the diagnosis. We treated them as CML, one hematological grounds. So the karyotype is important because you are going to diagnose in blast crisis at presentation or not, or if they got unusual. So you can look at transplant options or starting with a different TKI. So in some instances, karyotype is important, mostly in hematological. I don't think it is required so much in solid tumors. See, most of the, because there are not so many consistent chromosomal translocations or chromosome changes. In sarcomas there are, but that you can pick up by RNA sequence. Yeah. Any other question? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All based on the whole genome or exome sequencing, and that was all based on the tissue. And I'm going to talk about where tissue is an issue, where we cannot do the tissue biopsy. And we understand that the tumor evolves as we treat them. And once the tumor evolves, we have to also understand what is the new alterations they have gained. And he mentioned about the mutation evolution. So this mutation evolution has to be understood so that we can give the right treatment at that point in time rather than based on the previous information. This is something which I wanted to talk about. So the agenda today will be covering all these major assays, the cancer and genomics and what is CGP and liquid biopsy, some cases and along with CGP in lung cancer. So again, I'm not going to reiterate these basics already been told by our previous speakers. Told me. Again, it's all been covered. The only catch here is that we are trying to understand the whole cancer first, by understanding only a few genes. Is this a good thing or a bad thing which we do not know? We always aim for more information. Sometimes more information is not merrier, it is more complex, and we end up having more confusions than answers. Sometimes you have to do a balance. So what we are trying to talk about is focused analysis. It is not targeted genes, it is not whole exome, but we are talking about the genes which are known, commonly known to be involved in tumorigenesis or prognostications or have some actionability. So besides this, the concept of heterogeneity and the evolution has to be discussed. So as the tumor evolves and the truncal mutation and the branch mutations happens, there's also intrahuman tumor heterogeneity, where in a given site, if you do biopsies from different area, you may have different mutations per se. So the intratumor heterogeneity as well as the intertumor heterogeneity, what we call the tumor sitting in different organs have a different mutation profile. And as they grow longitudinally or evolve, there will be more acquisition of mutations. So again, a very complex dynamic science which we have to understand at a given time and point and act accordingly. So sequential testing is something which is far-fetched, which is the future, which I personally see. And biopsy and repeated biopsy is not feasible. It is not practically possible that I am going to do the biopsy from the lung, the liver, and other organs to find the best treatment for the patient. Right now, the approach is tumor agnostic. We are not talking about brain tumor, breast tumor, lung cancer, or liver cancer. We are just trying to see them as a whole. And the basic approach we are trying to understand that this genomic approach is a tumor agnostic approach, and we should handle in a similar fashion. There will be nuances for each cancer subtype, the nuances in the genome or the alteration what we pick up, and the implications in particular cancer type. That's a different thing. But the approach remains the same. The baseline information followed by the sequential information through the liquid biopsy is the future. So again, I have already talked about the inter and intratumor heterogeneity and the clonal evolution. To talk about one concept, that if you try to treat the patient just by a target therapy, you may see more evolution of different clones with different mutations. On the other hand, if you try to treat the patient primarily by chemotherapy, you won't see that much of evolution in the clones actually. It will be quite similar. So depending upon how you have treated in the past, sometimes you have a choice to use the previous biopsy block. Let us say, if the patient has been treated with chemotherapy alone, we expect a lot of, you can say, resistance pathways, but the mutation pathway will not change that much because you are not selecting them with any target therapy. So you still have the option to use the previous biopsy if it is recent biopsy, let's say 6 months old. But if you have treated the patient with a target therapy, then a repeat biopsy is required even if it is 6 months old. So target therapy put a lot of selection pressure which causes clonal evolution. And if the feasibility is there for liquid biopsy, that is the best. If not, liquid biopsy serves a purpose. The other advantage of liquid biopsy is it is a holistic information coming from different sites and the different you can say intra-tumor areas. So what you are getting is a homogeneous information, which is a holistic information, not a pick and choose kind of information. So this overcomes the limitation of the solid tumor biopsy itself. So before the liquid biopsy, we understand that the liquid biopsy is nothing but a biopsy which is done in a non-invasive way, either through the blood or through any bodily fluid, where there is secretion of the genomic information in the form of either DNA, microRNA, macrovesicles, or the tumor cell per se into the circulation where you pick up and do the analysis. In today's discussion, I am going to talk about only the circulating tumor DNA, that is the leaked DNA, which happens during the course of cell dying, cell multiplying, or maybe cell dying because of the chemotherapy what we have given, or by the virtue of their own death, apoptosis actually. So whenever the DNA starts leaking, you are able to pick it up. The fact of the matter is, whatever cancer stage it is, whether it is the early stage or the advanced stage or late stages, the tumor DNA leaks throughout the stages. But the level of DNA leakage varies, and the tumor DNA content also varies. If the tumor burden is very high, the leakage probability will be high and the pickup rate will be higher. If the tumor size is small, certainly you have the low chances of picking it up. But the phenomena of leakage still happens. There is also a phenomenon which you have to understand, that the DNA, leaked DNA, have a very short half-life, approximately 4 to 6 hours. Even if we do a blood test for liquid biopsy for that matter, and if you are lucky that at that point in time the tumor DNA was leaked and you pick it up, you will get some fruitful results. And there is also a possibility that you may end up having nothing, but still the tumor was leaking actually. And depending upon the type of mutations, certain cells of the tumor cells have more tendency to leak as compared to others. So it's again a very dynamic, very complex phenomena of detecting the alterations in the liquid biology. Again, it is not the complete answer, but a complementary answer to the solid biology. So you cannot omit the histopathology, you cannot omit the immunohistochemistry, you cannot omit the tissue genomics, nor you can omit the liquid biopsy. So all has to be done to find the holistic answer. So we understand the basics. We are talking about the 4 different types of alterations: the copy-number alterations, the substitutions, the insertion deletions, and rearrangements. These are 4 important alterations or types of alterations. If a test is able to pick up all these 4 alterations, then it can be considered to be a robust test. And a lot of the information is based on the bioinformatics, what uses to pick up the rearrangement, because it has to be referenced to the normal gene. Again, copy-number alterations, all bioinformatics dependent analysis. It is not the sequencing based analysis, but primarily the bioinformatics. Depending upon what laboratory use, how good are their pipelines, they can give better answers. So we are very much familiar with the molecular technologies, the immunohistochemistry, the FISH, the PCR, and the secondary sequencing. But we have the option of NGS, hotspot testing, NGS comprehensive genomic profiling, and then we have the whole genome sequencing. So what is the difference between the NGS hotspot and comprehensive genomic profiling? We'll talk about that a little bit. So whenever we are very much familiar with a mutation or a known mutation, it is easier to just do a test which can pick up a single point analysis or single point mutation. That is very easy. But whenever you are trying to read alterations in multiple genes with the known mutations, again a hotspot is easier. But whenever you are trying to read multiple genes, multiple known mutations, along with multiple unknown mutations, then you have to read end-to-end. That is called comprehensive genomic profiling. And the answer here is that you are not only reading the hotspot areas, but also the areas including the exons, the exon-intron boundaries, and the whole gene itself, but limited genes. We're not talking about the whole genome or whole exome analysis. We're talking about the limited genes, but at least you are reading them thoroughly. That is the difference. That is why we call it as comprehensive genomic profiling. So it is not the exome sequencing, it is not the genome sequencing. It is a targeted sequencing, but comprehensively. So why comprehensive genomic profiling is superior to hotspot, though both are based on NGS technology? And there are a couple of papers which talks about that if you just read the EGFR mutation, the commonest mutation, exon 19 deletion in lung cancer, using a hotspot assay and a CGP assay, 17% times you may pick up more. That is 1 in 5 or 1 in 6. That gives you that how falsely a hotspot test can miss it, even if you know it. So it is not about knowing sometime, it is about the technology, the way the DNA is captured, it's applied and the informatics have taken place. So this is very important. And even for, if you talk about the third line, it says 26% of the lung cancer NCCN genes can be picked up better as compared to hotspot, which is again a big number, 1 in 4. So definitely it is sometimes superior to technologies like gold standard technologies like FISH for ALK. 35% times it is superior in picking up the ALK fusion as compared to the FISH, which is a gold standard. Again, so let us talk about the analytical and the clinical validation of the Foundation 1 test, which is a US FDA approved test. And the word CDX which is attached to it, it stands for companion diagnostics. If you see Foundation 1, that is research use only, but if it is CDX, it is for clinical use, that is the companion diagnostics. So both the clinical and analytical validation have been done robustly, And that is why, which gives us the confidence that it is not a LDT alone. It is not a laboratory test. It is now clinically validated. And if you see, the analytical samples uses more than 4,000 cases and clinical sample more than 2,000 cases. And now the number has already reached. Is increasing day by day. Besides the genomic alterations information, this also gives you information on the microsatellite instability or the TMB. So most of this information is gathered by the research tools, that is the whole exome sequencing or whole genome sequencing. But again, applying that into clinical setting is not that easy. It's not that easy at all. So a lot of correlation have been seen that if you read with more than 1 GB of data which comes out from the targeted sequencing, you can robustly correlate the MSI and the TMB as compared to the whole exome sequencing or the whole genome sequencing. So we also understand that MSI and the TMB is now considered to be a tumor agnostic biomarker for treatment of immunotherapy. And over here we are just showing that the patient who have MSI high shows a better outcome for survival in colon cancer. Along with this, it also can pick up the scenarios what we call as HRD, that is homologous recombination effect or deficiency, and we have certain ways to do that. One of the important way is called the LOH, that is loss of heterozygosity. And if you see loss of heterozygosity primarily in ovarian cancer, which is well reported, we can see that certainly this patient is eligible for PARP inhibitor. Again, LOH in itself is an independent biomarker, which we have not learned as of now if we can really apply this information to other cancers. But as of now, FMI Foundation gives LOH only for ovarian cancer. You can ask for the LOH information as a research information, which can be asked to the FMI directly, but they do not report on their reports actually. But it gives us a lot of confidence that yes, this single particular test which can pick up all 4 types of genetic alterations, the genomic markers like MSI and TMB, and some special markers like LOH, gives us a robust information in one go. So now let's talk about the liquid biopsy. So again, liquid biopsy is based on the NGS technology. We have other ways which we can do, which is called ddPCR, if we are familiar with this technology. ddPCR is almost like doing a PCR where we are very much familiar with what mutations we are aware of. Let's say if we are looking at L858R mutation in lung cancer, it's a known mutation, and then we can run a ddPCR and easily pick up in liquid biopsy. But whenever we are not sure what mutations we are going to encounter, then NGS-based fishing approach is better in liquid biopsy, and this is the liquid biopsy offered by Foundation, again which is called Foundation Act, is a US FDA approved test, which is again a comprehensive genomic profiling very similar to the tissue. So where the liquid biopsy is preferred over tissue biopsy is primarily when the tissue is insufficient, and whenever we see lot of tumor metastasis to different organs, it is better to do liquid biopsy to get a holistic answer. And sometimes doing a biopsy in itself is a high risk. In that case, the liquid biopsy supersedes, but tissue biopsy is definitely, as of now, the way to go forward to get more and more robust information. As I discussed, that tissue biopsy can overcome the intra and intertumor heterogeneity. And there are a lot of studies which have shown that wherever you are able to do a liquid biopsy and a tumor biopsy, there is a lot of concordance. 75% times you will see similar results. There are scenarios where liquid biopsy can pick up more information as compared to the tissue biopsy, and vice versa. And this concordance varies depending upon the stage and also tumor type. As I mentioned, that the tumor biology in itself dictates how much they are going to secrete the DNA in the blood actually. So in breast cancer, the concordance is close to 89%, in GI cancer 95%, and other cancers taken together is 83%. So practically speaking, a pan-tumor study where they have used 344 patients across 28 tumor types, the concordance came out to be 75%. Again, which is quite robust for us to take some clinical actions. This is a BFAST trial which is coming from the lung cancer analysis, and they have just done the first line liquid biopsy in these patients, and what they have found, the prevalence or the frequency of mutations picked up in 5,800 cases of lung cancer, and you can see the frequency of EGFR, KRAS, I, ROS, RAT, and BRAF, HER2, BRCA, MET, and PIK3 is quite similar to the data which has already been established or published in the literature, in the databases. So having said that, liquid biopsy can consider to be alternative approach where the tissue biopsy is not feasible. That is a take-home message. Nobody is saying that don't do tissue biopsy at all. But we are saying where tissue biopsy is not feasible, liquid biopsy is a way forward. There is an algorithm which talks about in lung cancer per se that you should start with a liquid biopsy first. If liquid biopsy gives the answer, fair enough, to go and treat the patient. If the liquid biopsy is not fruitful, then go for the biopsy and then do the tissue analysis. But in our Indian scenario, it is not feasible all the time to go for liquid biopsies upfront because of the cost mitigations. Sometimes tissue is also required for diagnosis, immunohistochemistry for subtyping. So we tend to prefer for biopsy prior actually. But from the genomic point of view, liquid biopsy is considered to be a step before the solid biopsies when it comes to the treatment implications. So as I have just discussed earlier, that this is a bar diagram showing that as the stage goes up, the probability of detecting the ctDNA goes up. Even in the stage 1, the approximate pickup rate is 50%, in stage 2 60%, and in stage 3 70%, and in stage 4 80%. So again, it is never 100% and it is never 0. That is the take home actually. So your liquid biopsy may miss the cancer even in stage 4, and your liquid biopsy may pick up the cancer even in the stage 1. So again, this is the guidelines are also recognizing the usefulness of the liquid biopsy, especially for the lung cancer management at the time of initial diagnosis in all patients who need tumor molecular profiling, when the patient is unfit for tissue sampling, when there is insufficient tumor tissue even after the biopsy is done, or at the time of progression on treatment. So 30% of the patients have inadequate tumor tissue for molecular analysis at the time of diagnosis. Even if you do the biopsy, 1/3 time you will fail to get the right molecular answer for some of the other practical reasons, whether the tumor biopsy is small or degraded or necrosed for some other reason. And repeat biopsies are not feasible in 20% of the cases because of practical reasons. So this is the new concept which we are trying to talk about. It is the liquid biopsy in minimal residual disease and relapse, like what we have learned in liquid tumors, the PCR-ABL being a biomarker in CML. Similarly, in a solid tumor scenario, whenever we do a curative intent treatment, that is the surgery, you will see a drop in the ctDNA level, and as you screen them longitudinally, you will find that the ctDNA level rise before then the imaging can pick up the tumor. That can give you some lead time benefit in terms of picking up the cancer. So people have tried multiple ways to do the longitudinal biopsies and liquid biopsies. On a serial biopsy on a monthly basis, you can really capture the whole longitudinal pattern of the leakage. On average, in a practical scenario, monthly biopsy is not too feasible. biopsy every 2 months is far feasible as compared to the monthly one. And in a scenario of PET CTs, we do PET CTs every 3 months to 6 months on the first year follow-up. Sometimes liquid biopsy can help you delaying the PET CT scan, which can reduce the exposure to radiation for that matter. So liquid biopsy can really serve as a complementary approach which can pick up the cancer earlier than the PET CT itself. And if you are able to intervene based on the ctDNA levels, you may find that in majority of the scenarios, you can decrease the ctDNA level further and can delay the first recurrence. So identifying the patients who are about to recur and where you can do the intervention is a big, huge difference actually. So again, liquid biopsy detects resistance mutations and multiple organ progression in one go. No need to do a multiple biopsies. So again, the same concept I have already discussed. Even in the brain metastasis, once the metastasis happens, we should note that the blood-brain barrier is defective and the leakage of the DNA can easily pass through circulation. In a scenario when you see only leptomeningeal metastasis and there is no disease anywhere, then it is prudent to use CSF as a source of your DNA for analysis. As of now, Foundation does not take CSF as a fluid, but in certain labs, I myself have tried a couple of times with a CSF-based analysis and found some good results. Again, technology is the same. Extract the DNA from the CSF and do the analysis. Very simple, nothing much. All what you need to do is just make sure that the sample reaches the lab in the right point in time so that damage does not happen to the DNA content. That's all. Otherwise, it's a very simple and feasible thing. So depending upon what is the context, you can just do the tweaking and get the right answer. If in a brain metastasis scenario, limited to brain only, if I do a liquid biopsy and the yield is 0, then don't blame the lab. Blame your choice because you should know the limitation of the test itself. So the value of combining the strength of two technologies, that is the liquid biopsy and the solid biopsy together, is now bringing a lot of, you can say, discussion. That one test is not enough. Do the things in combination. You may pick up more information when you combine them. That is the strength. So this is a comparison where the combination of liquid biopsy and the solid tumor biopsy have been done concurrently, that is together, or longitudinally. Let's say first you do the solid and then you do the liquid later. And then you combine this analysis, and what they have found that in breast cancer or in CRC or in lung cancer or prostate cancer, you are able to pick up unique actionable alterations ranging between 10 to 15 to up to 30%. So practically speaking, a rough number, we can say 15-20% times more, you are able to pick up unique information when you combine two technologies together, whether concurrently or longitudinally. It doesn't make a difference. You can do, to optimize the cost, you can do solid tumor biopsy upfront, on progression you do, or after 6 months time you do a liquid biopsy to see what is the tumor biology in itself. And if you are lucky to pick up something additional and actionable, you treat the patient accordingly. So Foundation as of now are offering 3 important tests. Again, CDX stands for Companion Diagnostic, US FDA approved. Foundation 1 all for solid tumors. Again, Foundation 1 liquid CDX. Both of them are exactly similar, except that the liquid cannot give the information on the LOH. The only difference is this, and otherwise these 324 genes to be analyzed based on DNA sequencing only. MSI and TMB is a similar way of finding the information. There is also a test called Foundation 1 Heme, which is done for solid sarcomas and the hematologic malignancies, where the DNA as well as RNA based sequencing is done to pick up the answer. Because in most of the leukemias and the sarcomas, we are looking for fusions and translocations. So RNA based sequencing sometimes is very handy, and they also give information on the MSI and TMB. So validation of the liquid biopsies has been done on again a robust sample, that is more than 75 100 samples and different, almost 30 different types of cancers. And this is the category of, or subcategory of the validation methodology what they use, especially for the analytical validation. They use the criteria as called limit of blank, limit of detection, reproducibility, repeatability, accuracy, and then contract sample functional characterization. And similarly, when the analytical validity is passed on, the clinical validation is the detection of the cases where we know that the patient already carry big 3C alterations by the standard method like ROPAS or the EGFR mutation for that matter. So a known cases is tested in the liquid biopsy, that is called clinical validation, and the analytical validation is primarily the lab validation, how robust is the test in itself. So again, clinical validation, there is a positive predictive you can say agreement up to 71% times in a big 3C alteration, with a negative predictive agreement up to 100%. So this gives you the information. If the report is negative, if the patient is negative, the liquid biopsy will pick up the information correctly. If the patient is positive, 71% times the liquid biopsy is able to pick up the same alterations. That is it reflects that 20 to 30% times we are able to miss it because of the practical limitations. As I mentioned, the secretions of the DNA is variable and dynamic. Again, depending upon the type of variants and the VAF of the variants, you may have the pickup rate or sensitivity. So over here they talk about for the short variants, if the VAF is in the range of 0.35%, it can easily pick up. For the rearrangement, if it is 0.30%, it can easily pick up. If it is less than that, you may end up having liquid biopsy showing negative results. Similarly, for the indels, it is 1%, and the short variations is nuclear variations again 1%. So depending upon what alteration we are talking about, you have the challenge. Now the major challenge is, can we really pick up copy number alteration as you asked in the liquid biopsy? The answer is yes, it is possible, but the sensitivity is not that high as what we can see in the tissue biopsy, and the cutoff is 5%. So 5% of VAF should be present in the blood to label it as an amplification is there, because we have to understand that a normal DNA or the wild type DNA will also be present and secreted in the blood. We cannot say that it is multiplied tenfold. So you have to have enough or the excess of DNA to be representing the tumor cell and say that yes, it is amplified. Again, same thing happens for the deletion. So again, similar thing, and they have talked about each specific gene and each specific alteration and the median limit of detection. Again, analytical validation chart which I am showing here, which shows that yes, at a very low level of VAF, they can pick up number of different genes alterations. Again, a similar thing. So again, lot of robust validation have been done. So let us talk about some data which is being published, which talks about that why really want to go this way, why you want the precision approach way. And they say, when you use a patient or treat the patient based on the molecularly targeted approach, you may see a better survival. That's it. We are not talking about the PFS now anymore, we are talking about the OS right now. So OS makes the difference right now. So the patients on the red diagram here you can see, they are the patients who have given the treatment based on the molecular targeted approach, and they show better overall survival. Again, a paper coming from the pancreatic cancer registry, and they have shown a similar benefit if the patient is given a matched therapy as compared to unmatched therapy. So precision oncology approach fares better in terms of outcome, both in the PFS as well as the OS. especially for cancers which are known to be very tricky. Pancreatic cancer, we all know, carries poor prognosis, and you have not much to offer beyond the chemotherapy, standard chemotherapy. So again, it can make a big difference. Now, as being discussed, that whenever we do such a robust test, we end up having more and more genetic alterations and multiple genes which are being picked up. And what is the best way, what is the best combination, and what is the best approach for the patient becomes a big question. Dr. Madhu can think differently, Dr. Oni can think differently, and I can think differently. So to have a consensus among the experts, bioinformatician, genomicist, pathologist, even the genetic counselors, along with the medical, surgical, radiation oncologists, sitting together in a molecular tumor board, take a consensus decision, and that is called molecular board or molecular tumor board decision. And once you take that decision collectively, you can see in this paper showing that patient who receives NTP-based treatment, the OS is far superior as compared to a non-NTP approach, even if you are following the genomic profiling approach. So the first challenge was to use the genomic profiling, and the second challenge is to form a consensus to apply it. So again, very important message. Even the ASCO provisional guidelines they are talking about use multi-gene panel-based assay whenever we are aware that this particular tumor type may have different biomarkers. That is a very simple message what they are trying to say, and they are also trying to emphasize patients with metastatic or advanced cancer should undergo genomic sequencing. So again, they are trying to find more and more answers in a scenario when we have not much of options. I will quickly run through the cases. Again, a lung cancer patient who underwent a metastatic lung cancer case, who underwent the standard EGFR using COBAS, standard FISH, ALK, and a small panel of genes and a PD-L1 test. And the report came out to be ALK FISH, ALK is negative in EGFR exon 18 alteration. You can see at the location 719, and the PD-L1 was 10%. And the hotspot testing is not able to pick up the EGFR alteration. So the gold standard COBAS is picking up the alteration, hotspot is not picking up the alteration. On the other hand, the TMB is 19.7%, 7 mutation per megabase. New information has been given in a hotspot assay. So, whenever we do what is available in our clinical practice, we tend to rely on that, and sometimes we end up getting confused. Certainly, the patient is EGFR mutation because it is positive. We are confident to apply that. But how confident are we to apply the TMB information for that matter? So a question always comes, should we rely on the GFAR CDX result or use the TKI, or rely on the NGS and use the immunotherapy? So now what is the big question? Is immunotherapy versus the TKI? And we all know that the patients who have EGFR mutation, when we give TKI, you may see hyperprogression. So again, a big dilemma. So, but the patient underwent the CGP from the foundation. Patient was able to pick up the same alteration what did the COBAS identity, that is G719S, but additional EGFR alterations like 709 alteration and 714 alteration were picked up. But this time the TMB was 8 mutations per megabase. Because the hotspot does not generate that much of data to robustly correlate with the TMB, because foundation does the data generation of more than 1 GB, the robustness of TMB calculation is far better. So over here the mutation TMB is 8, that is in the range of low to intermediate category, where in lung cancer you still can try applying the immunotherapy but not with that robust information. So again, sometimes CGP gives better clarity in terms of what to do. Again, interesting case over here. The initial lung cancer case received, metastatic lung cancer case received afatinib and cetuximab based on the EGFR mutation IL-5-8R on the tissue biopsy. On treatment, patient had progression, and the patient was found to have a FGFR fusion. This FGFR fusion was the answer why did the afatinib start failing actually. So most of the time, whenever we see a progression, we tend to find the answers, and the resistance mechanism can be picked up. Rare resistance mechanism can be picked up in liquid biopsies also. Again, a lung cancer metastatic case where the patient is PD-L1 person, EGFR type negative, received the standard lines of treatment. The fourth, you can see docetaxel was also given at the end. Patient had multiple brain metastases and whole brain was also given. And the report suggests EGFR alteration, ERBB2 alteration, CDKN2A loss, and TP53 alteration. So over here you can see that the patient had additional ERBB2 alteration, and that was the reason why the patient was failing and progressing on all the treatment. If you see the patient received the classical treatment, but EGFR was negative on the RT-PCR, EGFR was negative on the other investigations, but EGFR was positive on the foundation report. So again, as I said, that the CGP sometimes pick up more information as compared to the standard one. There are more biomarkers which are coming up. We should remember one biomarker of importance, that is called FAT1 mutation. If the FAT1 mutation is higher, it works very similar to TMB high. So whenever FAT1 mutation is higher, you can expect some responses or better responses to immune checkpoint inhibitors like TMB. Even if the TMB is low, you still can expect responses when with the immunotherapies when the FAT1 mutation is present. And when you see scenarios of high TMB and high FAT1, definitely the responses are far better. So again, this is the last case. Over here, the patient was diagnosed with metastatic adenocarcinoma with del19 mutation in EGFR, received osimertinib, again progression, and then patient got CGP profiling done, and patient was found to have BRAF fusion, that is quite a rare fusion, AGK BRAF fusion, and the patient was given trametinib to overcome the resistance. Now the big question is, when we give trametinib to this patient, should we really continue combining EGFR-based target therapy or not? Or should it be given alone? Those kind of discussions are being brought in the molecular tumor board discussions, and that is where we get the right answer. So with that, I thank you all for your kind attention, and the house is open for questions.
I would like to talk about one of my patients. One of the adenocarcinoma cases diagnosed in the Institute of Medical Sciences, mother-in-law of Professor of Anesthesiology. Actually, patient had a estimation of EGFR mutation, ROS, and also PD-L1. But the thing is, it took some time. So in the meantime, empirically, the patient was started on injection. And after 2-3 weeks, we got the report. What happened was, the PD-L1 was strongly positive, 90%, and then EGFR was negative. Then what happened was, when we did the chest X-ray, there was more or less more than a partial response, almost a complete response. So then the patient continued on gestinib. Then there was a progression. So at that point of time, we did try immunotherapy with atezolizumab. And what happened was, since you are providing this CGP complementary, we did this also. And when the CGP, in between, when the EGFR, when there was a progress on Jeftinib, we did a T790 mutation by medgenome, which was negative. And then subsequently, when the CGP report came, we found that the T790 mutation is positive. And now the patient, in spite of the metastatic disease, now the patient is doing well, walking around fine. So this is a good example, but the problem is that how reliable are the testings done by different laboratories, because the medgenome test was negative, but your test was CGP done by you was positive. And the patient initial test of the PD-L1 was strongly positive, but then the immunotherapy did not work. So these are the
Observations.
Yeah.
So definitely the sensitivity of different labs are different. One, T790 mutation, probably if you just see the report, they will talk about the VAF. If the VAF is very low, you may end up missing it. Most of the lab, when they are trying to do T790 mutation analysis, again it is based on the ARMS PCR. And the ARMS PCR VAF detection sensitivity is in the range of 5%. Less than that, they are able to miss it. On the other hand, the NGS based sensitivity is 1%. Less than that, they can pick up. That could be one explanation. So it is not that you do not rely on it, but it is that the low level is missed. And the patient had a de novo T790 mutation because you did not repeat the biopsy. It was the first biopsy before the treatment. So the de novo T790 mutation picking up is also a rarity to be discussed. Secondly, the VAF in the de novo mutation is always less, it is not that high. So that could be a true explanation why you were not able to pick up in the two different labs. Second of all, why did the patient fail on immunotherapy? The answer is very simple, that this is a EGFR dependent cancer, not the immunoresponsive cancer. And we have seen in scenarios whenever you want to pick and choose between the TKI and the immunotherapy, always choose the TKI, never choose the immunotherapy. So they are known to be resistance mechanisms which causes the tumor microenvironment to be immunosuppressive for some reason actually. If you were to give cases or treat the patient in this scenario, it is better to combine TKI with immunotherapy. That is a possibility. Or combine TKI with chemotherapy. But immunotherapy alone is not going to work. On the contrary, it may cause hyperprogression. So if you were to given scenarios, always go with immunotherapy and chemotherapy. If you want to give immunotherapy for some reason, you cannot give TKI. But as you have seen the responses with Jefferson alone, I think fair enough. Ideal would be osimertinib to begin with, but now you are seeing progression. Osimertinib is the best choice as of now. But if the CGP report talks about other mutations along with the EGFR mutation, then it would be prudent to use osimertinib with chemotherapy. If there are no only T790 and mutation with EGFR classical mutation, then osimertinib alone is enough actually.
But the key thing is that in the original evaluation, EGFR mutation was not detected. In the
Even in the CGP also, and the foundation report also?
Foundation report, it was evident.
It was evident, no?
It was evident. But in the original thing, if I didn't start the patient empirically on Jeftinib, we would have missed it.
Yeah. I think that is why the analytical validation and the clinical validation comes into picture actually. That is why we try to emphasize every lab should submit the analytical validation report to the public saying that the sensitivity of my test which I am doing in my lab have the limitation. These are the limitations. Below that they are not able to pick up. Or these are the false negativities. So they normally can do that if they are positive.
Sorry, can I add to that? See, PCR at best is 1 in 10 to the power 5. At the best. 1 cell out of 10 to the power 5. NGS is much more sensitive than that. So automatically, if you have an option, see, it will change in the West now. Nobody is doing PCR for lung cancer studies. It's all done by NGS. It takes 2 weeks. The patient waits for the 2 weeks before the tests are done. So I think automatically, if you don't pick up with the early thing, then you will miss some patients, as you said correctly, which is unfortunate for the patient.
But cost constraints.
Yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem. But I think the NGS for the 5 or 6 lung cancer mutation panel is not that expensive now compared to the PCR-based assays for EGFR ROS. I think it
Cost is almost the same.
Yeah,
Almost the same.
So correct. I think so. NGS based is definitely more sensitive, no question.
I just want to know about the role of liquid biopsy in terms of surveillance after definitive therapy and complete response to detect early recurrence, starting salvage treatment earlier.
So in my clinical practice, I promote this, but as of now, we do not have any guidelines to talk about. There are certain studies which says that if you really want to do monitoring, every 2 months' time you can do the surveillance with liquid biopsy as of now. But depending upon the context, if you are dealing with an aggressive tumor, which you know, a rare aggressive tumor type, and when you are anticipating early recurrences or relapse, I think it is prudent to start it. When you are expecting that the tumor is indolent, let's say hormone positive breast cancer for that matter, not necessarily you have to invest money in liquid biopsy. On the other hand, if you have a pancreatic cancer, yes. So just make a clinical judgment and then you have to apply it at least better.
One more question. So since the secretion of circulating DNA is variable and also half-life is very short, should you send 2 or 3 samples taken in a day to increase the
So we were discussing this in the morning. The lab has a limitation also. You can speak to the lab. If the lab normally takes 2 strike tubes, 1 and 2. So you can fill 1 strike tube at a different time point and the other at a different time point and inform the lab with a 2 time point sample. They can pool the plasma and extract the DNA together. So that there is no additional cost to them, and you may get the better outcome.
You didn't touch on it, so I just wanted to comment on that. Basically, although this cell-free DNA which you're talking about largely, of course, circulating tumor cells are more precise. You're looking at actually tumor cells. But of course, they may be actually slightly different in terms of pathology or the phenotype compared to what is happening in the primary tumor. But there are now, of course, techniques to identify CTCs and do NGS on the CTCs. So that will solve a lot of the problems of this leakage issue. Because they are rare, only 22 per million. So they're not very high in number, but if you can detect it correctly, and it has been shown in lung, prostate, and so on.
Thank you.
Okay, basic question. So when you do NGS-based sequencing, they often talk about the depth of sequencing. So for common people's understanding, what is this depth of sequencing? How that is different from variable frequency, and what would be the ideal depth, and then so on.
So it's a very good question, and let me just try to give in a very simple language that the depth is the times we read the same alterations multiple times. Say the ideal depth for a tumor biopsy or solid tumor biopsy is 500x, and an ideal depth for a liquid biopsy is 10,000. That is the ideal, what we should expect. Anything less, anything high can affect the outcome. If you are using a technology which is called hybrid-based capture technology, whatever depth we get is absolute. And whenever you use an amplicon-based technology, there are some algorithms where they try to reduce the PCR duplicates And if you see a 500x reported, and when you remove the PCR duplicate, you may end up having only 100x. So depending upon what you are dealing with, you may have the limitations. But again, reading the same area again and again, that is called depth. In terms of VAP, once you identify that this is the alteration, then you have to compare the alteration frequency with the wild type. And if the percentage is, let's say, out of 100 reads, 20 of them are showing the variant and 80 of them showing the wild type, and the VAP will come out to be 20%. So we have to understand that in a given cell, there are two alleles. 50% is contributed by the other wild type and the 50% by the other wild type. And among them, in the tumor is, let's say you have a tumor of 20%. And among the 20%, in one allele there is a frequency altered. So let's say, if I am saying that out of 100 cells I analyze, 20 of them are tumor cells, and out of 20 tumor cells, out of 2 allele, one allele is altered, my VAP will come out to be 10%. So if you do the math, so 10% is practically is a combination of lot of information. So do not take the VAP as is. But if you end up having VAP in the range of 40 to 60%, then it gives me a flavor that you are dealing with the germinal alteration rather than somatic alteration. If you compare the VAP to other genetic VAP, then these are called relative VAPs, which can give you some more information. But alone a single VAP percentage have no significant value in terms of interpretation. But with a pinch of salt, maybe. Sir, you want to add something?
Yeah, I want to add this very important point. See, basically, when I started doing science, they said, okay, if you have p53 mutation in tumor, you have to show that the whole tumor has got p53 mutation. Otherwise, they won't believe it. They will reject your isotope. So actually, at that time itself, we wanted to do laser capture microdissection and show that p53 mutation is not present in every single malignant cell. It's actually patchy. So what NGS has done has shown beautifully that you have got multiple mutations at presentation itself. So some of them are more, some of them are less. That is what is actually detected by the variant allele frequency. So if you are looking at a single gene change, of course, it's important to know. But if you have got multiple gene changes, then what is the dominant thing? That is what the VF will also tell you, I think, to actually take your treatment to a particular line of management. So now it's accepted that it doesn't have to be 100% mutation in all the cells in the tumor to actually call a gene as an oncogene definitively or a tumor suppressor.
Thank you all for your attention. If there are no more questions. Do you have a question? No. Thank you.
We'll have coffee.
Yeah, we'll have coffee. Yeah.
Organization have spoken very well about the importance of next generation sequencing in the molecular oncology. And also Dr. Abhi Verma had mentioned about the liquid biopsy and its usage, when to use it and how to use it and all those things. But the major challenge is going to be how to interpret this report. Right? In the Indian context, the one part is when to select the test and how to select the test, which lab to select the test and all those things is there. But the another major challenge we need to address is how to translate this information into the real world clinical practice. That's where the report interpretation is going to be playing a very, very huge role, and that's where it's missing information also there. So that we will discuss today, and I thank the opportunity given to me today here. So let's, without further delay, we will start the program. So introduction to precision oncology, this is where we are going to start about. So if you ask what is precision oncology, it's about selection of the right patient for the right treatment at the right time, basically. That's what it's all about, the precision oncology. Mainly it's also to reduce the toxicity to the patient, and more importantly, we need to give the quality of life. There is no point of increasing the quantity of life of the patient unless otherwise we are giving the quality of the life. So precision oncology is all about going to give the quality of life. That is very, very important, basically. right? So this is the analogy I want to start off for the precision oncology. If you look at this very busy road and all those things, it's similarly, it's like imagine everybody is driving the car or a bike in this road. It's not only to reach the destination which you decided to reach. It's also very important when you are on road, you should know who are the pay walkers, and also you need to know who are the other lane drivers and who are on the opposite sides who are coming, and from the other directions also you should know. So similarly, the CGP is not only to identify the target basically, it's also to identify what are the possible ways there is a resistance mechanisms are available, who are the driver mutations, who are the co-driver mutations, and so many other things also we need to monitor from the CGP. Then only we can take the best clinical decision. It need not to be one single target always, it can be combination or it can be multiple things together. It can be anything from chemotherapy or target therapy or immunotherapy or combination of anything, right? So we need to understand completely first. Precision oncology will bring that into the table. So to begin with, earlier already Dr. Amit Verma mentioned that if you look at the normal gene, right? So a single gene can undergo for 4 different genomic alterations. First one is the gene can undergo for base substitution. In this one, a single nucleotide is going to change into another nucleotide, thereby it is going to alter the protein function. The best example is V600E mutation. One single nucleotide is more than sufficient to change the function of the protein, and thereby it's changing the phenotype of the cell and thereby driving the entire cancer. So one single mutation is more than sufficient to cause the same things. So the next one is the insertion and deletion. So insertion deletions means that in the single gene, the part of the DNA is going to either get deleted or inserted into that one. Best example is the EGFR exon 19 deletions, basically, right? And based on that one, we can select the treatment. And the third important genomic alteration is going to happen is the amplification, copy number variation. The best example is the amplification, and the fourth one is the rearrangement. So the best example is ALK4 rearrangement. Why it's very, very important to understand the rearrangement through NGS technology is that if we do any other technology like ISC or any other technology, we will know whether it is ALK positive only. But when we are doing the NGS, we will know what type it is, whether variant 1, variant 2 or variant 3. That is very, very important because variant 1, variant 2 will not have much prognosis towards the brain actually. Whereas in the variant 3, it will more towards the brain metastatic presently. So these are the small information we need to identify through the next generation sequencing in order to select the right treatment, because ALK TKI we have about 6 TKI we have. But if we know type 3 ALK fusion, then we will know what kind of next TKI need to be selected. So like that similar mechanism we can play so many ways using the CGP. So it's all personalized based to the personalized treatment. So if you look at that, these are the multiple different technologies available in the medical oncologist's hand as of today. We have ISC, we have FISH, we have real-time PCR, we have droplet PCR, we have hotspot, we have CGP. It's now which tool I will use at which time to select the right treatment. That is the key. And more importantly, the affordability of the patient. Based on that one, we need to take the clinical judgment very wisely. That's going to play a big role in that one. So if you look at this diagram in the table, you can see some of them are having advantage as well as disadvantage over one among other actually, right? Some technology can pick up amplification, some technology can pick up insertion deletion, some technology cannot pick up the other mutation. So comprehensive genomic profile will understand all the different 4 types of genomic alteration in one go. Then we will take the next clinical decision. So in the first one, like Dr. Amit Verma mentioned about the hotspot panel, we will know a single gene, what are the commonly occurring the region where the mutation will occur. Exon 19, exon 21, like that we will know very well. So if you detect only that particular region, then the hotspot will be the good test. But that is sufficient or not, that is the question we need to ask. Nowadays, that is not sufficient. There are lot of responses. One best example I will give you is that if you look at any clinical trial, even clinical trial, for immunotherapy or targeted therapy or any trial, the response rate to the treatment is only going to be 40 to 60%. Why? The patient is not able to respond to the treatment 100%, which clearly tells the story that there is an underlying mechanism or resistance mechanism to interfere with the current treatment selected one actually. Right? So let's understand the basics of NGS, then we will move on how to interrupt the reporting the data. So when it comes to the NGS, sample means it can be tissue sample or it can be liquid sample or it can be cell biopsy or anything. So when we take the sample and then the genomic DNA will be extracted and then it will be fragmented, and then after fragmentation, imagine we have 22,000 genes. We are not going to screen at this moment all of them. We are going to select only few genes, which is about 300 to 500 genes, which are very well established for the cancer from the research. So we are going to use the probe-based technology to pick up those 300 genes to make sure all the 300 genes are covered very well. Okay, 100% coverage. If that can be done, then the sample will be subjected to the next generation sequencing, and then the raw data is now ready. What we are going to with the raw data, that is the next question. Right? So when it comes to selection of NGS, these are the key things. All the NGS are not same, first of all. All the NGS are not same. So mainly there are two types of NGS are there. One is hybridization capture technology, another one is amplicon based technology. Like Dr. Amit Verma briefly mentioned about the amplicon based technology as well as hybridization based technology. Amplicon based technology, you are going to mainly use PCR. The problem with the amplicon based technology is you are going to amplify the DNA multiple times, so there is a false positivity also possible coming into the picture. Apart from that, there are two important points we need to understand in the amplicon based technology. There are some of the blind spots. Like we are driving the car or anything, there is some of the blind spots are there that we will call as GC rich region, or we will call repetitive regions. Those regions cannot be amplified in the amplification based technology. So which means we need to have the technology which can cover those regions also. That's where the hybridization capture technology is coming into the picture. You can see in the right hand side of the image that we are using the probe in the hybridization capture technology to make sure we have a 100% of the gene, so that none of the mutation is missed out in the technology. That's the added advantage of that one. So apart from that, if there is any larger deletion, the amplicon can miss out those things. So it can be picked out in the hybridization capture technology. Again, how well we are going to cover those regions based on the probe designing is the key actually. Right. So already this also discussed in a very lengthy manner that if you are selecting any technology of next generation sequencing, please make sure whether it is clinically validated and analytically validated. Why it is very important? In order to reduce the false positivity and also the treatment accuracy if you are to. So any given treatment, for example, the precision oncology nowadays, like earlier sessions they have mentioned, only 15 to 20% or maximum 30% you are going to get the direct actionability. A gene means A treatment, B gene means B treatment. But another 30 to 40% you will have the gene mutation, but there is no treatment options will be available. So whenever you are going to select any off-label treatment for the patients, okay, so what we need to make sure that at least the diagnosis is on label, which means well validated. Clinical validation and analytical validation need to be well robust basically. You can select any company based on the technology, but it has to be well validated clinically and analytically to make sure the mutation being detected is accurate. Right, so this is also analytical validation and clinical validation we talked about earlier. So this is what they are also coming up right now in the ASCO, that now the small panel is not no more sufficient. Like earlier days we will do only single gene or hotspot of that particular gene. Now we are coming up with the lung cancer panel, but still after the panel we selected the particular drug, the patients are not able to respond, which tells you the clear story that is not sufficient. We need to go a little bit beyond to understand why they didn't respond to the treatment, right? So when to do the testing? CGP. the earlier the better it is. Because I can give you a very simple analogy. Whatever we are picking up in the PET scan is about the organ is made the changes in the cancer wise. Whereas the organ before the changes happening, it will happen at the cellular level. Before the cellular level, in order to change the phenotype of the cellular level, it has to undergo for molecular level changes, right? So it's better to start off with the CGP in the early setting as of wherever it is possible, and then start the treatment. Thereby you can increase the number of treatment options as well as the selection of the right treatment and quality of life. That's very, very important. I am telling. There is no point of keeping the CGP as a reserve material in the end stage of the cancer. There is no use for this, right? So it's better to do it in the early stage as early as possible and then start the treatment. So this is what the famous medical oncologist Dr. Vivek Subbiah as well as Dr. Rasali Kukros is mentioning, that if we are serious about starting the treatment for the patient, we need to have everything on our table, including histopathology report, ISC of the patients, to classify what is the subtype of the patient, right? Lung cancer, NSC also having so many subtypes are there. So we need to pick up the small clues from the histopathology, what is the subtype, because each subtype can behave in a different manner basically, right? And also now the tumor agnostic becoming more common and common. So one mutation which was well established in particular cancer also can work in the other cancers also. So that's a going forward. So all the information need to be on the table before start the treatment. This is what they are also telling about. So let's now come to the CGP report. So when you receive the report, what are the content will be there? What are the things we need to look in the CGP report? And what purpose we are doing the CGP? These are the 4 reasons. What can be the overall survival of the patients? Like what kind of things we can gather? How the response is going to be when we select a particular treatment? And how long the progression will be survival? Whether any combination of treatment can be given to increase all these things in a much better way. So all those things we need to look after in one single point of time. Right? So this is one comprehensive genomic profile report. First, it will have the genomic information of the particular gene. So when you receive this report, what we need to do is, we need to understand each and every mutation which was reported in the report. Meaning that, for example, the BRCA1 mutation is mentioned over here. It's a frame shift mutation. Whether because of this frame shift mutation, whether the gene is lost its function or gained its function. If it is lost its function, what are the pathway it was controlling earlier, whether that pathway will be shut down. If it is gained its function like HER2 and all those things, what is the pathway it is trying to control in that cancer setting, then you have to choose the drug wisely accordingly. So each and every gene we need to take into the calculation to understand first whether it's a loss of function or gain of function. Then only we can think about the next level basically, right? So the second thing is the drug suggestion. It will be in the report. What it means? When the number 1 mentioned, that means based on the NCCN guidelines, you can select this drug for the first time. Or if the mention is 2A and all those things, it's a subtype 2A, so you can select in the second level. So the same goes like if the mutation mentioned, the drug mentioned in the second column, that means that this was well proven in the other cancer but not well established in the particular cancer of that. And another very important sessions, we need to also understand that variant of uncertain significance. So variant of uncertain significance in the report doesn't mean that it doesn't have any value. It may have a lot of value, but as of today's date, we don't know the information. Again, we need to take that as a pinch of salt as of today, but what I would suggest is that every 2 months and 3 months you go and check about this mutation in the literature whether it is mentioned or not. Very best example is ESR1 mutation is mentioned over there. It is a very well known nowadays that it's a resistance mechanism for the aromatase inhibitor or the SERD based mechanisms. So this kind of information we need to check then and there. Or otherwise, we need to do more research on this one, whether this mutation is really playing important role in the cancer or not. So then only we will know how the publications are coming. It's all our research, it's translating into the information. So as of now, this variant of intrinsic significance may not be relevant in the clinical context, but we need to more and more study about these mutations in the future. Right. So each and every report will have two important sessions. One is biomarker finding, another one is genomic finding. So biomarker finding, what it is, the information is going to tell for us is whether we can select any immunotherapy as a biomarker information is there. One is TMB, tumor mutation burden. Second one is MSI, micro satellite instability. And the third one also is coming out now is the HRD. Now HRD is also becoming more and more like a tumor agnostic biomarker. Earlier it was only used in the ovarian cancer and other cancer, but now it started to come important role in the lung cancer settings also. So these are the important biomarkers we need to understand in each cancer, how to select immunotherapy. Again, the biomarker, all these mentioned over here, they are going to play a very big role in selection of the immunotherapy. And the second one is the genomic finding. So as I mentioned earlier, we need to go through each and every mutation very carefully, because one mutation and one treatment selection is not sufficient. We need to go in more deeper to understand whether any combination possibility is there or not. So if you want to understand more in detail about each gene mentioned in the report, you can go to the particular page, you can read about what the information is giving for us. Very importantly, each mutation will have certain variant allele frequency. That we need to understand to identify roughly, if you take 100 cells in the tumor, out of 100 cells, how many percentage of the cells carrying that particular mutation. So that gives you a rough clue that it could be possibly a dominant one or it could be possibly a driver one. But you ask the question, VEAF higher percentage doesn't mean that it need not to be a driver. It can be driver or it cannot be a driver, but we need to ask whether it have a possible potential to be a driver or not. Like that only we need to start to clarify. Right. So some of the clinical trial information also, if you can take it, since it's an international report, also that it will give you the option for the patient that they can go to some other country for the clinical trial joining, and then they can get enrolled into the clinical trial to get the maximum benefit out of it. Right. So imagine this is a jungle, or the tumor is as a jungle, right? So there are different animals will be living in the jungle. So like that, in the tumor, in the CGP report, there will be lot of mutations will be there. So if you are removing one different animal from the ecosystem, doesn't mean that you will solve everything in a simpler manner. So the mutations also like that, you cannot just chop off one head from the tumor and then expecting that the tumor will have complete response. There will be lot of mechanisms will be there. For an example, if you look at the PA3K signaling, if the patient having PA3K specific mutation, they will be activating or inactivating that particular pathway. But if there is any other mutation which having more dominant than this one, then also we need to combine them with these particular PA3K signaling pathway. So like that, we need to understand the gene towards pathway, and then we need to select in a combination manner what other treatment options are available for the patients. It's not necessarily that immediately we need to jump on into only the treatment per se, and also we need to understand what are the possible prognostic marker and all those things, etc. This is a very important and recent paper by Dr. Rosali Kurugros as well as Dr. Vivek Subaya. Cancer is like the 900 Hydra, the mythological story. If you try to cut one head, it will evolve with two more pathways, or it will evolve with two more different heads basically. So it's very important to understand who is the major one, and also try to cut all the heads in one single go. That's very important. Or otherwise the tumor will keep on progress, and then it will be very late for them to chop off. Right. So in order to do that, we need to have molecular tumor board. That is the key thing. And molecular tumor board will have different hands. The success is going to be not with one single person, it is going to be played by multiple people together. Histopathologist will provide some information, and then the genomic data will provide some information through bioinformatic data. And then that information have to be translated by molecular biologist and genomist. Then the clinical picture will come into the help of molecular oncologist or medical oncologist. So all the things you put together, discuss in the molecular tumor board, then you will have a best chance of taking the best clinical decision for the patients basically. Right. So this is what it's also telling, that the patient subjected to the personalized treatment, not the standard NCCN guidance based treatment. For an example, if you have lung cancer, you will have line 1, line 2, line 3 kind of treatment. If you subject the patients like that, and some other group of patients, if you do the CGP and do the treatment based on that one, the patient have a lot of difference. So personalized treatment having a lot of difference than the NCCN guidance based treatment. And this slide also already explained by Dr. Amit Verma. The more the molecular tumor board case discussion, the better the patient's survival as well as the quality of life. So with this one, let me begin with some example of case interpretation, how to curate the report. So this is the patient with a 65-year-old female with breast cancer, was detected in August 2021 with stage 3, and then started with neoadjuvant chemotherapy, done surgery, and then started with adjuvant aromatase inhibitor with the CDK4/6 inhibitor. That's a quite standard one. But the patient have progressed to bone metastatic within 5 months of starting the treatment, right? So at that point of time, they were subjected to foundation 1 test or any CGP test you can do. It need not be foundation test, it can be any CGP basically we need to do. And it's picked up so many different mutations. You can see over here, there are so many different mutations are there. Let's go and dissect one by one mutation, what exactly it is telling the story for us. First mutation, PA3K CAH1047E or 1047R mutation. So as I mentioned earlier, first thing what we need to do, we need to identify because of this mutation whether the gene, particular gene which we detected, whether it's gained its function or lost its function. Then only we will know which pathway it can able to control basically, right? So in this case, the mutation is present in the kinase domain of the particular gene. So this is the kinase domain, the mutation is present over here. So because of that region getting affected, the pathway is getting activated. So PA3K AKT signaling pathway is activated. So it's a gain of function mutation. So thereby it is able to control the downstream signaling over here. Now next we need to think what are the drug options are available for this particular pathway to be controlled. Then the second mutation. Again it's a frame shift mutation. It was detected, and usually the NF1 is the tumor suppressor gene. So since it's lost its function, it could not be able to control two different signaling pathways. One is RAS-RAF signaling pathway, another one is PA3K signaling pathway. So now the next question is coming up. Not only PA3K signaling pathway is important, RAS-RAF signaling pathway is also playing an important role to be controlled now. So is there any possible means or any data is available to combine these two pathways to be controlled by trametinib as well as the PA3K signaling inhibitors? Like that we need to think about. Is there any evidence data is available? If it is not, also whether we can do certain experimental treatment for the patient, in situ based treatment, all those in combination, we need to start to think about it. Not at stop over here. We need to think about the next mutation which was reported. FGFR mutation was reported. Very importantly, ZNF703 mutation was important. So all these mutations are present in a single chromosome called chromosome number AP. Usually when this chromosomal region is well discussed way early back, right? So if this mutation is present or amplification commonly happens, the patient will be resistant to certain treatments. So resistance mechanism is developed through this amplification of this particular region. And then if you look at that FGFR as well as Z103, it's a very clear example that they will be developing the resistance mechanism, or it will interfere with your treatment selection of retrosomal with ribociclib. So the patient have been given ribociclib, so the ribociclib will be interfered, the treatment will be interfered because of this particular mutation. So patient won't respond to the treatment because of this particular mutation. So how the mechanism it is developing, the ZN703, which is a zinc protein basically, right? So it's activating the RB, retinoblastoma gene, and thereby it's causing the hyperproliferation of through the cell cycle and causing the resistance mechanism to CDK4/6 inhibitor. So we cannot use the CDK4/6 inhibitor for this patient, but unfortunately we have selected already earlier. Now how to do the next? So this is the mechanism of developing the cell cycle through the resistance mechanism. So from this report, what we understand is that there are two driver mutations are identified potentially. One is PA3K-CA, another one is NF1, and there are two resistance mechanisms are identified in the report. And also, what are the combinations are possible? So when we selected a MEK inhibitor, trametinib, along with the combination of alpeslib, the bone metastatic disappear just within 3 months. Very classical example how to combine two drugs differently together to get the best result for the patient. So once you start to reduce the primary tumor, automatically the metastatic tumors will start to reduce, right? So with this one, I want to give a very, very important message that we are all like a medical oncologists are like a warriors. What we need to do in the precision oncology is that before you selecting the war, we need to be well equipped the strategies and plan how to win the war, rather than going into the war and expecting as a warrior basically, right? So these are the very important message was taken. And the take home message is precision oncology is about selecting the right patient population for the right treatment as well as the right diagnosis of the test. Very, very important. And more importantly, by selecting the CGT in the upfront or any given NGS in the upfront, you can also very well reduce the financial toxicity to the patient. Because if you select one treatment, you will see some other response, and then second line, and then the patient will not respond again third line. By the time already the patient have exhausted all the financial resource they have already. So it would be also optimal usage of resource by using these kind of things. So the third important part we need to think about the report curation is the key. One is diagnosis is key, another one is the report interpretation is the key. And the third important thing is molecular tumor board. These three things need to take place, then only the precision oncology can be implemented very well. So foundation have lot of support service system, so you are not left alone, you have hands together to help you. So we do have foundation more service through peer-to-peer advice, molecular tumor board, and we do have specialized genome-based therapeutic area experts, and all those people are available to interrupt the report as well as to provide the clinical support, whatever the information you needed to practice the precision oncology nowadays. So the company is providing all the supports to you. So if you need any help, any CGP report, if you've done net genome report, if you've done some other company report, feel free to reach out. We are here to interrupt the report for you, to help you to understand the report much better, to get the help of clinicians, experts, and they will have immense experience in sharing the knowledge, so that can be done for you. So with this information, I would like to conclude my presentation. Feel free to ask any questions if you have.
Problem with Roche, I feel, is where is the Mazuma? You know, you are doing 600 genes, you find a lot of mutations. Usually it will be the normal 30, 40 genes which you're finding most of the mutations all the time. The variants of unknown significance. Who is going to do the research? That is what I want Roche to tell me. You know, it's not important because all the first 50, 60 genes, we've already done all the research. Academic fellows have done the research for 40, 50 years. But I want to know who's going to do on that rare mutation, whether it's significant or not. I mean, the problem with these reports is that actually. So this confuses the doctors also. They don't know what the hell this means. So you write, I don't like this way of reporting actually, because I'm a scientist myself, I interpret the data without a report. Okay, so this report is designed for people who have no knowledge of genetics, so they read only the bottom line. What is the final conclusion? So they are not understanding the whole concept, which is why you have done a very good show. And Sendil, as he mentioned, gave a very good interpretation as well. But who is going to do that? That is very important actually. And I think Roche should be doing a big service, since they have got a lot of money. They can do some research and tell us all these variants, because there are so many genes which are looking at 600 genes. So if they will have variants, let's say, of uncertain significance of 10 to a gene, so 10 into 600, you have got 6,000 variants. So how are we going to do that? So the high throughput of understanding the functional significance is missing from all the companies, as far as I know. It's only the academic fellows who are interested in this.
I agree with you completely, sir. So let's take one step at a time. Like you rightly mentioned that interpretation of the report is missing information at this moment. Many of the companies are not providing those information. If you take any company, they are not providing the report interpretation service. Now very recently we started to introduce the report interpretation service to connect through the peer-to-peer address across all over the world. They will help you to understand the BUS or other mutations first thing, and also to provide through the molecular tumor board that information. That is one part. I understand, totally agree with you. The BUS need to be well validated in the functional study actually. So that is the missing part, and that has to be the evolving part. I totally agree and accept your point. Functional study need to be done. The mutation doesn't mean that it's functionally valuable, right? So that information you need to establish again. So that's the scope for other companies also coming into the picture. Whatever the mutation is reporting in the NGS, definitely there will be some bio companies are coming up, because I was in Singapore, so I was part of the spin-off company also that doing exclusively the NGS report, whatever it is reported. Within 15 to 20 days, they will have the chip-based one to confirm that whether these mutations have any functional role or not. So these are coming up, definitely it will take some time, I agree with you. So since you are the researchers, you know that translating the research into the practical things takes some time. So very, very good point, I will agree with you also on the same aspect of it.
The other thing, I don't know whether you're a medical oncologist, the other thing is this, I don't like this term molecular tumor board. We have tumor boards, all the big centers have got tumor boards.
Okay.
And we discuss pathology, we discuss IHC. The molecular part also can be discussed in the same tumor board. You don't have to invent another tumor board. Nobody has got the time to do another tumor board actually. It has to be the same tumor board. So I know all you guys keep on talking about molecular tumor board. It doesn't have to be molecular. What we're doing, I mean, precision medicine started with tamoxifen. It's not new actually.
Sure.
So we are just increasing the level of complexity and how we treat patients. And also many of the treatments which you mentioned in your example also, where we're combining two drugs. Because one drug, these are not licensed drugs for those particular indications.
Sure.
So it is not simple to actually, even in the US,
Yes.
to prescribe like that.
Yes.
They will be just hauled over. So you have to actually think very carefully.
Very carefully.
That's part of the problem with these reports actually.
Yes.
That it actually tells you, okay, you got PIK3 mutation, okay, use alpelisib. You got some other mutation, use this drug. So if you got two driver mutations, combine both drugs. It's not logical like that. That is the whole point actually.
So that's an area still need to be improved, MGDO based approach, but that wrong way to go actually
The
right now.
report makes a suggestion that you can do that.
Uh-huh.
That I think is incorrect.
So my question is, since you might have done multiple CGPs over the last couple of years in India.
Yeah.
So on an average, what is your pickup rate of in actionable event or actionable mutation in Indian population, or if roughly, or if you have that if you do say 100 CGPs, how often that translates into a clinically meaningful?
Yes.
Can you roughly tell what is your
Definitely. So we do have our in-house data from Kerala. Right now about 150 cases we have, just last 1 year or 2 years I am saying actually. So in that one we do have 28 to 33% have direct actionability across different cancers. 28 to 33. That data today is getting ready. So once it is getting mature even more further, we are ready to present that also. So 28% have direct actionabilities coming up basically. And then the second thing is other mutations. So that is a very fine thing, like Dr. Ganesan sir mentioned that it maybe the mutation is present, but there is no direct drugs or options available. So the pathway need to be found out, and then we need to wise very judiciously because there is no approval is not there. So that's a very thin line. We need to play around with that. Whether that pathway need to be selected for the treatment or not, all those things. MGDO based approach will be taking a little time. So as of now, to answer the direct answer over here, so 28% to 33% is the direct actionability coming out of these reports.
I think what he meant by actionable is for which there is a drug already.
Yes, already. That is the information.
So 28% is too high. What we generally get is around 9 to 10% across the global trials. So and most of those drugs are currently not available in India.
Okay.
So if you see the FGFR and other things which we don't have a drug available in India. So if you are getting 28 Can you little bit elaborate more on those are approved indication?
Yes.
And where are you getting more of those indication? Are you also incorporating the MSI and the tumor mutation burden data to say the selection for immunotherapy and also the LOH and BRCA for HRD, to something similar to. So if you say 28% altogether in 150 samples is a huge success.
Yes.
Because in global trials what we get is 9 to 10%. So do you mean to say that the 28% licensed drugs are there, approved indications are there on which we can act on?
Yes. So the answer is simple.
May not be.
Let me say this. When the report is there, when the report directly mention NCCN guidelines based treatment, this mutation with this particular drug. So that already mentioned in the first page. So only those report I am talking about. For example, BRCA mutation, PARP inhibitors or options are available. So I am talking about similarly only that particular type of reports I am talking about. Out of 153 million reports that similar to the TMP as well as it's all mentioned in the first page. According to the NCCN guidance, this mutation means it's already well approved in that particular cancers.
So the first page may not actually represent everything. It's actually treatment suggestion. That may not,
I think 28% is very high, but nevertheless, one thing I just would say is, Foundation 1 uses a 600 gene panel. Most of the other people, NCI, for example, uses 143 genes, the big match trial, and many of the other things. So if they're doing whole exome, which is actually much more expensive, you will find more. But as you say, actionable mutations will be very little. What we are talking about is basically, let's say you are sequencing a cholangiocarcinoma, for which we have some stupid drugs which don't work actually. So if you find that HER2 is mutated, then it is useful to actually give Herceptin. So that's the type of thing we want to know. HER2 is mutated or some other particular gene is mutated for which we have licensed drug which is not normally used in. So the stomach cancer, for example, HER2 gene amplification. I'm just treating a patient with that. Actually, that was surprising. It's very low, 5% of all stomach cancers actually have HER2. So that is the type of thing. If you are saying that first page is based on this, your 28, 30, that is very high actually. That's amazing if that is true. In my experience, I have not found that high an actionable drug mutation on the whole exome sequencing, not 600 gene, whole exome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your comments, sir. Maybe after this one we will discuss. I will show the data right now.
So to Dr. Ganesh and Dr. Miso's point, one reason why we are also doing the analysis over here, I'm a part of the ROC team, doing the analysis on this data set. So one thing that we actually look at, when you look at a clinical trial, it's a largely unselected population and you have almost equal cohorts of populations from different indications of types. But in this, what we've seen is FMI is actually being used as a tool which is there when most other options have failed. And in most cases, it's also been indications where gastric cancers and, as you said, where there are specific areas where we don't really have treatment options available. And that's also one reason why we have been able to get more amount of actionability there. So that's one thing that we actually have been able to look at in the data sets so far.
Sure, we will show the data right now immediately so that it will have much more better discussion on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
There are no more questions. We will ask Dr. Tejeshwar to present this topic.
I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to speak on short panel genomic sequencing in current Indian scenario. So when you go to the comprehensive genomic panel, that includes around 300 to 600 gene panels. So yes, it will help us in diagnosis in ambiguous cases, as Dr. Ganesh sir has discussed previously in case of a uterine malignancy and ovarian cancer. And the most important thing is it will give us the information about the prognosis. And most recently we are having an information regarding the measurable residual disease also. And another important thing is we will find out the actionable mutations where we can target with a precise therapy. But so basing on this one, there are going to be multiple indications for upfront comprehensive NGS in the following diseases. It includes a wide variety of solid malignancies and liquid and blood cancers like adenocarcinoma of lung, cholangiocarcinoma, colon cancer, prostate cancer, and acute leukemias along with multiple myeloma and myelodysplastic syndrome. But the thing is, we are having our own challenges in our current Indian scenario. One is, yes, cost is obviously a challenge for most of the patients, and our country is resource limited in terms of interpreting the data of these comprehensive genomic panels. We are having our own challenges in terms of lack of expertise, and also we are also having very limited access to the standard laboratories, accredited laboratories in our country. And most important thing is also we will get a lot of information regarding the variants of unknown significance, and we don't know what to do with that data. And as Sir has also told about the importance of developing our own data, so we are also yet in the process of building up our own data. So these are unique challenges which are pertaining to our country, which are going to be the limitations of performing upfront comprehensive genome panel in our setting. So when we modify that guidelines to our Indian scenario, we have to look into other multiple things also. Apart from the guidelines, we have to look about whether the tumor is having a higher incidence of driver mutations or not, and whether if the tumor is having a higher incidence of mutations, whether that is going to influence our management. We are having a drug that is going to target that one, whether we are having a patient can afford that one. So all these things will come into picture. So when you take all these things into comprehensively, then short panel genome sequencing seems to be a valid option and also an interesting option for all of us in the current scenario. So I am going to discuss this short panel sequencing with the following cases which are in my practice. So here is a 36-year-old lady. I think she's a case of an adenocarcinoma of lung. So adenocarcinoma of lung is going to be a prototype for most of the short panel sequencing in our current scenario. So she is a 36-year-old lady presented with 2 months history of cough and hemoptysis, followed by she developed shortness of breath. So on evaluation, she had a right-sided pleural effusion, and CT revealed bilateral lung beds, right lung mass with pleural effusion, and her histopathology and IHC suggested of an adenocarcinoma of lung. So she is an adenocarcinoma of lung. So when she come into upfront, she came to us. So if I would have an access to comprehensive gene panel and she can afford that one, then I would like to prefer. I would suggest her to go for comprehensive genomic panel, but she cannot afford that one. So then what I have to do? So if you see the lung cancer, biology of the lung cancer, yes, it is having a lot of driver mutations. Around 60% of the 60% of incidence of 60% of driver mutations are there in lung cancer, and we are also most of them, some of them are having an actionable target. And the challenge here in Indian scenario is about the limited amount of tissue. So our pathologists use the tissue for histopathology and also for the IHC. So we are left with very limited amount of tissue. So we want to get more amount of relevant information for me in a less time. So if you perform a single gene test, we would more likely to be exhausted with the tissue in this scenario. Maybe so that's why short panel relevant short panel clinically relevant mutation sequence is going to be a way in this type of cancers. So this is an Indian data from Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute, Delhi, where they have performed most of the patients they performed 22 panel G, and they found out that 34% of the patients have an actionable mutations. So I performed an 12 gene panel in this patient, and she was found out to be having a mutation in an EGFR L858R. So I started her on chemotherapy with geftinib because we don't have access for afatinib. So now currently she completed 1 year of therapy and she is doing fine. So, and another important challenge is when how we can use the short panel genome sequencing when the patient is having a progression. Ideally, in this situation, most of the patients should go to the comprehensive genome panel, but again we are left with the similar challenges of cost and lack of expertise and other things which I have mentioned previously. So here another lady which she came to us when I was a resident. So she was a 57-year-old lady with metastatic adenocarcinoma of lung. She was upfront EGFR positive. She was started on osimertinib, but after 1 year of treatment, she progressed on osimertinib. So here we discussed with the patient, but she cannot afford the comprehensive gene panel. So we went with an targeted panel in this patient of 7 genes. So one important thing is we have to understand the biology of the disease also here. So we here the EGFR positive patient progressed on osimertinib. So they are most likely to harbor a mutation. They will be having a mutation in EGFR or other mutation, resistant mutation in EGFR also, or they can have a mutations in RED or MET and HER2. Usually they are more likely to be the possibility. So understanding the biology of the disease also is one of the important things if we are going to ask for a short panel genome sequencing at a progression. So we asked for 7 gene panel in this patient, and we found out to be a mutation in an ERBB2. So we started her on TDM1, and she received the treatment for the past. She's on treatment for the past 1 year, and she's doing fine now on TDM1. So it is not always the case for 90% of the patients to go for comprehensive gene panel in the progression setting. So understanding the biology of the disease and knowing the relevance of incidence of the driver mutations in those patients, it will help some of the few patients to go with short panel sequencing. So it is the short panel genome sequencing is going to be the way for most of the patients for daily scenarios. See, because 90% of the patient cannot afford the 1.5 to 2.5 lakh of tests. So for most of the patients, comprehensive genome panel is going to be the way. And nowadays we are having a comprehensive genome panel for colon cancer and gastric cancer. And cholangiocarcinoma is a very interesting tumor, because cholangiocarcinoma, even though it is having a very bad prognosis, but it is having nowadays research has shown that it is harboring a lot of actionable mutations. Currently we are not having an access to the drug, even though we are having an access, they are so costly. But in the future, in cholangiocarcinoma, around we are going to see a 50% of a driver mutation. So mostly it will also go in the way of lung cancer with the short panel genome sequencing. And I would like to discuss in breast cancer. So here another one of my patients, she is a 25-year-old lady, case of acute myeloid leukemia. She is having a normal cytogenetics. So I discussed with her initially while starting the therapy. I don't want to go with any panel sequencing because it is not going to influence my management. So I asked her to go with a single gene test like FLT3 and NPM1. But she instead, she wants to know why she is having that cancer. I told her it is not going to change your management, but she insisted. So what I have done is, it is AML is somewhat similar to non-small cell lung cancer, where we are having a long list of mutations, but currently we are having a few targeted therapies with FLT3 and IDH1 and 2. But the important thing in AML is it is going to, this genomic sequencing is going to help us in better risk stratification when compared to conventional cytogenetics. And also why this risk stratification is important is the entire treatment of the AML is mainly depends upon the risk stratification, to whom we have to ask for allogenic stem cell transplantation. And also the recently data is coming about measurable residual disease also and its prognosis in acute myeloid leukemia. So it is going to influence the management in acute myeloid leukemia. So here is another data from Eric et al. So where they have compared a 40 gene panel with in 263 patients of AML and MDS. They have compared a data of 40 gene panel, and they also have a cytogenetic data among those patients. In those 263, 235 patients, successful conventional cytogenetic data they have. Here they have compared both data, and they have found out that 40 gene panel has shown them, has helped them in better efficient risk stratification. So here we are having an access to allogenic stem cell transplantation. So if you better risk stratify the patient, then we can give an optimal and most efficient treatment for our patients. So after she instituted, I performed this 30 gene panel, 29 gene panel for this patient, and to my surprise, I found out mutation in IDH1 for this patient. So even though currently I don't have an access, in my setting I don't have an access for evangelism, but from the phase 2 data and also from multiple studies, I found out, and from my life study also, so I found out that IDH1 mutation is sensitive to venetoclax also. So then I started around 3+7 plus venetoclax. Along with, so now there is a phase 2 data also to combine 3+7 plus venetoclax. So I combined with 3+7 plus venetoclax, and currently she is on 20th day of her induction. Till now she is doing fine. So in summary, yes, this short panel this short panel will give very clinical relevant data for us when compared to a comprehensive genome panel, and it is going to be the tissue provision, especially for most of the solid malignancies. And but the challenges are we have to select the correct driver mutations, and it is going to be possible with a lot of standard laboratories and a lot of expertise. And another important thing is we always have a target. What we cannot do if you don't have a drug, we don't do anything with the mutation available for us. So we have to look into consideration about the affordability, accessibility, and availability of the drugs also. And we can improve. The multiple these short genome sequence panels so which driver mutations we have to include while generating our own by generating our own data with the collaborative research.
No, I think I agree. See, basically, in India, you cannot, I'm sorry to say this, you cannot do full exome for every patient. It's very expensive. And even the Roche test is quite expensive. It's not cheap. It's 600 gene panel. So you have to be selective in how you do, and I think that approach is correct. As opposed to PCR, you can do a lot of these by PCR also. So by doing NGS, we improve the sensitivity a little bit more. So like the explanation in case you get, so you can actually pick up more. But I don't know how much these panels with core 1 cost. For example, a Raymond gene panel, or the lung panel, or colorectal panel. If they are competitive, and it's a one-off test we are doing at the beginning of the treatment, then it is fine. Most patients we can persuade. It's only one-time test. So, but if you are going to repeat it later on or something else, then it becomes a problem. So that depends on. So I think, see, the challenge is to try and move, like even our treatment is actually in oncology is double-headed. Radiotherapy treats everybody the same way. It's not a problem. But medical oncology is not the same. The patients can afford to get a slightly higher type of treatment compared to patients who cannot afford in general hospitals. So we are not able to actually give the same level of management to everybody. So now you have added one more complexity to the layer, which is molecular analysis. So the challenge is how we are going to integrate it. So any method by which you can reduce the cost and selectively target the genes for which you have drugs. There is no point in my knowing ABL is mutated in colorectal cancer or some other SARC kinase or some other kinase for which I have no drug, or the drug is still in development. So then you are going to waste. So in that sense, you have to reduce the cost to a minimal amount of genes. So what you're saying is absolutely correct. I think if you want to make it an even platform, see, at the moment, even for a poor patient, we do a biopsy, we get pathology, we get the IHC, everything. So this should be an add-on to actually get. So that means the cost has to be contained within a certain amount. You cannot be expecting to pay a large amount.
You must be aware that some of the companies are providing these tests to some extent on a concessional rate.
Right.
So that is the way.
That is for the drug. Yeah, that is for a particular drug.
It's for a particular drug. There is a hidden interest in that.
Sir, we finished the very fast, 20-30 minutes.
Let me pause on this one to go through some of this information, biopsy reports showing all the information over here. And then to this patient, this is how the treatment started. Basically. So chemotherapy first line, gemcitabine with nab-paclitaxel, and then patient have new liver mets in the segment 6 as well as segment 5 and segment 7, and followed by second chemotherapy in folfoxy, and then the patient have been 5 of you also started. And some of the treatment has to be neglected because of the patient having some of the complexity, basic toxicity. So this is the CGP report showing these are the mutations of CDK amplification, 6 amplification, HGF amplification, KRAS G12B amplification, MTAP blast as well as the CDKM2 mutations.
To show this before that.
Sure.
Just go back to the first slide.
Okay, sir.
This is how it should start. How it should be managed.
So,
Should localize it.
so there's a 60-year-old male with short hand, probable back symptom, longest nodule, movement. So with the portal hypertension probably.
So this is operable. So why it's
So this is a carcinoma of the pancreas, localized disease, 2 into 3.5 centimeter disease. Patient is having probably portal hypertension because of the prominent veins on endoscopy. Other than that, I think if this case comes to us, we'll do a PET-CT for further evaluation, and if there is no metastasis elsewhere, we will operate.
That's what I would say.
Patient also metastatic.
Where is the
That is not written here. So, if the patient is they came to us with this report, we will do a PET-CT to rule out further metastasis, and then we will operate. Because it's a very small lesion in the tail. Suppose this patient is having liver metastasis or lung metastasis or some other metastasis, it's totally different. So,
would celiac axis be a concern?
huh?
Would it aborting the celiac axis be a concern?
No, it's abortic celiac axis is not a contraindication. So if you see the pancreatic adenocarcinoma, it's divided into operable, borderline operable, and inoperable. Non-metastatic carcinoma pancreas. Operable means there is no vascular problem, so you can directly go and operate. Marginally operable is that when you have angle of contact with the vessels, basically the mesenteric artery, is between 90 to 180 degrees. So up to between 90 to 180 degrees, borderline operable. You may or may not be able to operate. Most of the centers, I think, are now giving a neoadjuvant chemotherapy or chemoradiation. Then downstage it, then work up, and then they if operable, they take them up for surgery. So if you have a more than 180 degree of contact with the vessel, then that is inoperable. So in inoperable non-metastatic disease, also the intention is to get a cure with the chemotherapy and radiotherapy. We give chemoradiotherapy. So suppose this patient, now we have to imagine that this patient is metastatic. For the sake of discussion, and 62-year-old patient, metastatic. Next slide. So next metastatic with the limited metastasis of and the lung metastasis and liver metastasis biology is totally different. So most of the patient will go ahead with the chemotherapy. We would love to give FOLFIRINOX, or at least a mini FOLFIRINOX if they can tolerate. If not, we'll give gemcitabine, nab-paclitaxel, or any of those gemcitabine-based combination depending upon their general health. It's also recommended that we can do a molecular profiling at this point, especially the BRCA or HRD, because that is what we already have here, but we are not doing that in past.
Whatever you want. He's only managing everything.
No.
I agree with you. Basically, the intent is palliative. Start with chemotherapy is what we normally do in metastatic pancreas.
The key question.
I don't do CGP upfront in metastatic pancreas. Even though I think so there's data for BRCA, but the BRCA probably I think so the trial included germline BRCA.
Yes.
It was not somatic BRCA. Entract is the only thing which is another thing which you can pick up in a CGP for a pancreas if you look at the whole thing. Otherwise MSA and other things, tissue agnostic vitals, things can be done. But otherwise I don't do CGP for a pancreas, at least on the first or second day.
Sir, your comment.
So, I actually agree this is a practical approach for pancreatic cancer. CGP is something, especially in pancreatic cancer, when we know 90% of the pancreas will have KRAS mutation, and this is not the classical KRAS 12C, which is have the drug available, but the other alterations. But in KRAS also, there are some subsets which are suggesting that the autophagy is being affected, that is micropinocytosis affected. Over there, a new drug combination, trametinib and hydroxychloroquine, has been tried and shown responses. So like G12R actually, G12R, over there, the micropinocytosis is affected. So in a routine clinical practice, pancreatic cancer upfront, even for metastatic, when we are able to get KRAS, we are not going to change anything, honestly. But germline BRCA is a must. If you get a somatic HRD, the score is high, probably yes. The report may be helpful for the patient. On the contrary, if you see markers like PD-L1 to be high, if you are just exploring the options, it is better to get some information more, especially when the PD-L1 inhibitor may not work. In that case, when you are going for some expensive therapies, before being very prudent whether it is a waste of money, I think it is worth knowing more. But in a routine clinical practice, we tend to avoid in these scenarios.
So what was the molecular profile now? So microsatellite stable, tumor mutational, 1 mutable would be, so that's not very high. So effectively, the chances of immunotherapy working are less. PD-L1 you're not said, but I assume that's negative too. CDK6, HGF, KRAS we have discussed, G12V, that's the most common mutation. So that has a drug. So G12C. So G12V doesn't have a drug, that's absolutely correct. HGF we can have MET inhibitors that they can actually work. CDK6, of course, there is no specific drug only for CDK6, so that is a problem. So it may be helpful to look at MET, I think, in this. That is the only thing I can think of. Right? Anything else you can?
So I have a way. Everybody have a different interpretation of the same thing. You may target IgM amplification by using a MET inhibitor, but IgM amplification does not mean that the MET pathway is amplified or activated. So either you prove it some other way. It is an extrapolation. Ligand amplification certainly does not mean the pathway is activated. That would be the receptor, probably yes. Regarding the CDK6, we do not have a very specific inhibitor, but CDK4 and 6 inhibitor which are available can have some binding to the CDK6. At the same time, if you see CDKN2AB loss is also there, which can be again addressed by CDK4/6 inhibitor. So CDK4/6 inhibitor can address two things together, that is CDKN2A as well as CD6 amplification same time. So Palbo, which is a non-specific inhibitor, will be a better off because the other drugs, ribociclib and abemaciclib, have a more a tendency towards CDK4 rather than CDK6. So palbociclib will be a better choice. On the other hand, if you just see this alteration called EPHP4, that is a afrin receptor D4, it's very similar to EGFR amplification. So this is one of the drivers along with the KRAS. So having said that, even if I try to address something with the KRAS, even if that will, I would have end up having some more challenges. So whatever said and done, chemotherapy remains the first choice in this case. I can just barely say that none of the chemotherapy, target therapy will work. But the question comes, what, when you are finishing your 6 cycles of chemotherapy or 12 cycles of chemotherapy, what can you give anything for maintenance? The answer is probably yes. Maybe a palbociclib maintenance can be tried in this patient, knowing it's a poor prognostic factor. Let us try to read some more about it. Let us, I give you a scenario, the patient also have PD-L1 positivity of 10%. Will immunotherapy work in this case? Probably not. If you see the MTAP loss and CDKN2A loss, this is a location in chromosome called 9p12. If it is deleted, you will see these losses. And this is a scenario where the microenvironment is immunosuppressive. The immunotherapy won't work even if PD-L1 is very high. So there could be some prognostic implications, some negative implications, and some predictive implications. In this case, the take home would be very simple: continue chemotherapy. If the window is fine, it is under control, put in palbociclib, and that's it actually. But you can have a different opinion on that.
Case 2, here it is hepatocellular carcinoma basically. So patient having stage 4 hepatocellular carcinoma, 67-year-old male, having chronic liver disease with the pulmonary hypertension, and these are some of the treatment options.
Go back.
Sure.
So, when we discuss the case of hepatocellular carcinoma, we need to know the liver, how much liver function is remaining. That's very important. Because that is the one which is going to, most of the patient die due to liver failure. If not because of the cancer per se, most of them die due to progressive jaundice. So here we have to tell that what about the patient's basic childbirth status or another form and the ECOG performance score. So okay, go ahead.
Childbirth B, it is score 7.
Okay. And the patient had a transarterial embolization, and then after some time they have microwave ablation. Then now it's progressively increasing now.
Yes.
AFP.
Yes.
What is the last imaging interpretation? It's metastatic
Yes.
or it's multifocal?
Yes, multifocal.
No further local
metastatic. Yes, also metastatic.
So,
Metastatic means may not be child B.
that doesn't
It's
matter.
not child B. Finished. Oh,
No, child C is only supportive care. It's just palliative care. You should not treat a child C. That is the first thing. Up to child B7 or 8 only you should treat. So I think so. Atezolizumab and bevacizumab 2 cycles were given.
After that they progressed.
Then they progressed.
Yes.
This is a very common thing we are seeing. I don't know how many are having good response.
Kerala is very common.
Yeah. With good response with this thing. But I think so. We normally go for TK, either sorafenib or lenvatinib. That's how we.
That's for child split B.
Yeah. Majority of the trial in lenvatinib has been on child A, and some patients sorafenib there is child B7. But otherwise B8 and B9 there is no data. But if it is B7 and well preserved, I think so we go for sorafenib or lenvatinib by practice.
No, here the genomic profile will be very helpful actually, because we don't have proper treatments for hepatocellular carcinoma. Sorafenib is actually useless, although we prescribe. Lenvatinib is little more than useless.
So that depends upon etiology. Viral hepatitis related HCCs, this TK do well. Sorafenib and others respond well because once the viral load comes down, you start an antiviral and then you give sorafenib. Both the this action comes into play. But for this non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which you are seeing, NAFLDs.
And alcoholic.
Alcoholic, we don't see this disease cirrhosis.
Alcoholic is the main problem.
We are seeing all, at least in the Malabar region, we are seeing majority of NAFLDs. So, I don't know, the TK response is less. I agree with that. But still, go ahead.
Okay. So these are the mutations picked up in the blood of the patient. Tumor fraction shows elevated.
So the one, I just want to know, the one on the left is the actual finding. What is this table there?
Okay. So the left one is the actual finding, the same mutation. What is the variant allele frequency?
Okay, so that's all.
Yes.
That's very small letters.
NTRK is there.
Yes.
FGF
FGF3 amplification is equivocal.
Okay. NTRK we can keep completely.
So NTRK amplification and difference, they behave very differently. Like an amplification does not currently the pathway is dominant pathway and you will have the similar outcome. I think fusion drug is a good for fusion, not for amplification, and neither for mutation. So we should be very cautious before taking that decision. But you never know if it is a dominant pathway. So there is not the certainty actually. But if I see the other mutations, CDK12 splice site alteration, which will be a loss of function, this can make the patient eligible for PARP inhibitor. It is kind of a HRD kind of a scenario, and also a possible immunotherapy. But immunotherapy is already failed. So we do not know what exactly is making the immunotherapy fail. But if I just see the MAP3 kinase 1 splice site alteration, that could be the reason whenever we have activation of PIK3C or MAP kinase pathways, we tend to see immunotherapy don't work that great. So FGF amplification equivocal, fair enough. Nothing much can be done on that. But choice of lenvatinib is the superior option, as already immunotherapy has failed. That could help a little bit if there was any implications. So
Is it because of the FGF amplification you are seeing?
not necessarily. Not necessarily. Huh?
You are seeing lenvatinib as
So we have to understand that lenvatinib works at the FGFR level. We can assume the FGFR pathway is being affected by the FGFR3 amplification. But the downstream MAP3 is also activated. Even if I use lenvatinib, it is not going to work.
Okay.
So downstream is already affected. So it's better use something which is lower than that. If I use a MAC inhibitor, I may find some benefit.
Okay.
But unfortunately, MAP3 kinase is lower than that.
Okay.
So how good is any of the drug will work for this patient is again a big question. But CDK12 is a good option. It is better if we can get some more information on the tissue, on the LOH.
Okay.
Or HRD score. Liquid biopsy does not give you answer on the LOH or the HRD score. If somebody can get the tissue and the HRD score, and if it is high, then PARP inhibitor brings into an option. Again, another experimental arm actually. We do not know how good they are going to be. But because if I see CDK12 about very good splice rate of 46.8%, it seems to be a quite a prevalent alteration. If it is high HRD, you will probably see a very good response of that.
I just want to know one thing. I'm not familiar with this. I mean, these splice site mutations, how we are sure in MAP3K1 that's going to be loss of function or gain of function? Is it loss of function?
So CDK12 is loss of function and actually MAP3 kinase is gain of function.
But how do you say that actually?
So
Because it's only a 1506 means outside the coding region. It's outside. How are you saying it's a gain of function? Because splice site mutation can actually make you lose the exon completely. Skip.
Yes.
Right. Or it can be no effect at all. Or it can actually change the frame. But how do you get gain of function with the splice site mutation? That I'm not very familiar with. But CDK12 is okay. That's understandable. I agree. I mean, with this I'm not very enthused to try anything actually.
I don't think. Normally, it's my experience whenever the foundation people report something, the function is implicated. It's pathogenic alteration. So it's not a non-pathogenic alteration will be reflected here. Whether it is a true gain of function or loss of function, it is sometimes not mentioned, but again we have to do some more calculation. More likely it should be a gain of function to be actionable, otherwise loss of function has no meaning to it. Yeah.
Not necessarily actually, because I mean, if you are right, MEK, ERK, and see there are 7 different MEK kinases, there are 7 different ERK kinases, there are 7 different kinases. So we don't know which pathway actually your FGF is going through. So it may not be relevant to that particular FGF. It may be pathogenic, but all I'm saying is loss of function actually has a meaning for one of the MAP3 kinases. It's actually lost in ovarian cancer, for example. So it does actually function as a tumor suppressor in some particular instance. Yeah, but this has not been very helpful, unfortunately.
Any comments on the tumor fraction, elevated tumor fractions?
I don't know what that means actually. What does that mean here? Elevated tumor fraction, like this is a liquid biopsy.
Yes, correct.
So that's what you mean when you're saying
Yeah.
elevated tumor.
So when we do liquid biopsy, so there is an elevated level of the tumor fractions. Dr. Amit.
So it is just a reflection that the tumor burden is high. That is that while you are doing the liquid biopsy, the tumor leakage is too much, and you can just make an arbitrary suggestion that the tumor burden is too high. That's it, nothing more than that.
Any other ones before we move on next? So case 3 is lung adenocarcinoma. It's a little bit interesting, like Dr. Amit mentioned today morning about the combination diagnosis, tissue plus liquid together, right? So this is lung adenocarcinoma patient, and this is the clinical history. So it's a 34-year-old male with the peripheral lymph node with the PC history, and the histopathology shows fibrovascular tissue and infiltration also there with the malignant epithelial cells, group of cells, lymphoid empodic noted in the patient. And when the patient was subjected for ISC, the patient was ALK positive and CK7 positive, TTF1 positive, and NAPSIN positive, and rest of them are negative. So the CT scan shows multiple metastatic within the lung as well as to the liver also for this patient.
So here ALK is anyway positive, so very good.
Yes.
So
As per the IEC,
ALK is positive, and if the IEC is done properly and if it was done that clone properly, that Ventana, then it is equally good as doing a fish test. So with that we will start an ALK inhibitor.
So which ALK inhibitor will be selected based on IEC?
That is basically boiled down to the finances. I understand your question because you are asking for, because various ALK mutations or in the translocations, whatever, depending upon that, the various types, the molecular at the molecular level, their affinity for the various ALK inhibitors are different. Need not be all ALK inhibitors are not same and may not be acting similarly on the ALK kinase set. When you see that the genomic aberrations. That what I mean to trying to tell you is that a third generation may not be always superior to a second generation. Some of those genomic aberrations, second generation will be actually superior to the third generation. So it's worthwhile doing that, but it's very tough for clinician to interpret that unless we have a good genomist to tell us that look, this is more specific for serotinib and you should not use alectinib like that. But most of the time we end up using an Indian ALK inhibitor like serotinib. So biology.
Yeah, so the patient have been treated like this actually. So the patient subjected for have the brain metastatic earlier, so they have been subjected to whole brain mets also the radiation. And also the patient have been subjected to alectinib, but only 8 months they have a rec. Before that they have progress, and then they have put on in the prolactinib. Just in 5 months again there is a progression. And then currently they have been put on chemo with immunotherapy, but again within 2 months the patient have been progressed. So multiple progression in the TKA as well as in the immunotherapy. What else the treatment options will be there for this patient?
Very tough scenario. You had the genomic options. You have exhausted 2 good ALK inhibitors, alectinib and orlatinib, also exposed to chemoimmunotherapy. We can try one CGP at this point of time to see.
So this is what it's showing. So it's pretty tricky and interesting. First, the tissue plot given over here, not like the good quality of the sensitivity is not sufficient. But the pathologists have little bit indicated that ALK-E1/4 reduction was there in the lower limb. Maybe the sample quality was not that much. But the genomic finding shows that the CDKN2A loss is there in the patient, and more importantly, KIL-R130Q mutation is there, T53 mutation is there in the tissue first, and then it is in the liquid. So liquid also showing that ALK-E1/4 fusion confirmed right now in the tissue, tissue which was low rate, right now it's confirmed in the liquid already. But very importantly, the patient have IDH1 subpopulation mutation along with the NF1 rearrangement intractile mutation and other 2 mutations also there. So KIL mutation again indicating that the liquid is not only showing that whatever we detected in the liquid, it was coming from the tumor tissue basically, right? So these are the mutations are coming up from both tissue and liquid.
The liquid was done after you progressed or at presentation?
So it's both of them are together. So the tissue was taken the recent one actually.
Not presentation.
So you mean to say that the tissue is the old lymph node biopsy and the liquid is after the immunotherapy, correct now?
Yes.
You have sent the foundation after when the patient progressed on TK and immunotherapy.
Immunotherapy, yes.
So the tissue might be the initial lymph node biopsy, and the liquid is the blood test, the recent blood.
The recent one, yes.
Okay.
So these are the mutations are picked up in the liquid. So based on this one, what kind of treatment option would be one?
Since there are no other options, we have also exhausted ALK inhibitors and chemoimmunotherapy. And since IDH1 is there, with the informed consent, you can try one of the IDH1 inhibitors. What is available in our country will be trametinib. So that will be my take.
What is available?
Trametinib is available, sir.
Ivosidenib is not available in India and very costly, approximately 30 lakh rupees a month. So nobody can afford even in India. Very difficult. We have tried for patients, but and we are not very sure whether this IDH1 is playing important, though it's an important role though. There is a subset of lung cancers where we see IDH1 being co-clustered with the KRAS mutation. As the KRAS is not seen there, but still the KRAS pathway, which is MAP kinase pathway, a similar pathway is being activated by NF1. So something to do with IDH1 alteration along with the you can say co-occurrence with the MAP kinase activated genes together. So, but I think in this scenario, trametinib becomes the easier choice, a simpler choice to try with, and continue ALK, and we should go back with any of the drugs, quizartinib, because we were not able to find the secondary alterations. So, continue ALK inhibitor and add trametinib. That is the best, but not with a good certainty.
Again, I want to ask one doubt about this report. What do they mean by NF1 rearrangement in intron 10? See, that means you have not identified the opposite gene which it's rearranged with, or it is not possible actually. If you do the sequencing correctly, you can identify the other gene also.
The partner gene.
Partner gene. So if you just say intron, first of all, intron I am not very interested. But unless there is another player coming into play. NF1 is in the RAS pathway actually. It's a classical tumor suppressor gene. And in fact, neurofibromatosis is actually caused by this. And trametinib has been tried, it doesn't work actually. in a disease in which that is the driver mutation. So in my view, clinically, I think nothing will work actually here. It is very unhelpful. In fact.
I'll add a point not from the molecular level, from the clinical level to all the
Another
form.
chemotherapy.
That means there is variants of ALK. Out of them, I'm surprised that variant 2 has been detected. Variant 3 or V3, they don't do well with ALK inhibitor. The PFS is down. If you have a survival of around 36 to 48 months in an ALK positive lung cancer, the variant 3 has a survival of around 12 to 15 months. If you are so surprised, I thought it's a V3 variant, but it is variant 2. I don't know what to add from the molecular point of view.
Oral top side, low dose. That is what is going to work here.
ALK inhibitor, ALK positive lung will respond well to chemo. Go for pemetrexed, carboplatin.
But they've already tried chemo.
Chemo immunotherapy failed, progressed.
So that's why. No, we have actually a patient exactly like this, much little older, who's at Varlatinib also. Actually, not my patient, my colleagues. And I saw him when she was away, and he had brain mets also, and had stereotactic radiation, everything. He had the whole works. I am not sure what his genomic profile was, I don't remember. But I don't think we found anything which is actionable, which we can seriously think will help. Most of the time, that is the actual experience. In fact, although we try and think that we'll find something, that's why we were very keen on the 33% variation.
So let's move on to the fourth case, final case. So it's a colon adenocarcinoma, but this one was longitudinal. So patients have done, before starting a particular treatment, they have done the CGP. After 1 year of continuing with the particular treatment, and then again they have gone for the, after the progression they have done the CGP. So this is the case history about this patient basically. So it was initial diagnosis itself when it comes colon carcinoma with multiple mets, lung, ovary, bladder. So 65-year-old female, and done surgery, and also the histopathology showing that infiltrating peripheral fat involving half of the lymph node nets also showing that it's adenocarcinoma. And CEA level is also higher side, and then the patient went for first chemotherapy, 8 cycles of Xelox chemotherapy. And then first recurrence was taken place in the uterus with the lung lesion was identified, adrenal mass of uterus with the lung lesion was identified. And CEA level also keep on increasing up and down, either with the treatment of follow-up with Avastin. So treatment is going up and down basically for this patient CEA level. And second recurrence also happening in 2021, biopsy again done, surgery based on the surgery. And then the lab report again showing the CA level is going high, and then histopathology also showing multiple different positivity of MLH, which is microsatellite instability, right? So MLH1, MSH2 and MSH6, all of them are positive. And also the third recurrence also happening in the bladder mass region. And radiotherapy was given for the patient, and the CA level also in the higher side of the patient. So the patient was started with Atizo with Tramadinib for this patient. Almost for 1 year the patient was there with this treatment after the progression. So this is the
Go back. So it's not like the story is little different. So the patient was had a carcinoma colon, sigmoid colon. No, initially not stage 4.
But just diagnosis.
That is current. In 2011, she had a non-metastatic CA colon, underwent surgery, was doing well till 2020. 2020, she came back with recurrence.
9 years later.
9 years later, she came with recurrence. And initially, she had chemotherapy. Everything. She has done well for 10 years or 9 years or so. She actually presented with the adnexial mass, which also they have operated. But partially resected, and was put on chemotherapy with the FOLFIRI plus Avastin.
The adnexial mass was the same colon cancer.
Same colon cancer, IHC proven colon cancer. So it was put on chemotherapy plus FOLFIRI. PSA came in, CEA came down, patient had a symptomatic improvement, and patient again had progressive symptomatic disease with the bleeding. She had a vaginal recurrence, she was having bleeding, and for that they have subjected her for a second surgery. With the debulking surgery was done, but they were unable to remove the entire tumor at that time because significant amount of tumor was left in the pelvis because it was adherent to the bilateral, the ureter. It was like a plastered peritoneum, the frozen pelvis kind of situation. And whatever they could remove, they removed, and the patient was given palliative radiotherapy. The biopsy, the repeat histopathology from the third surgery was also CA colon. MSI stable because all of them, MLH1, MSH2, MSH6B, MS2, all are stable, stains positive. There is no loss of those proteins, and otherwise classical CA colon. The tumor was invading the bladder. The patient had a hydronephrosis bilaterally, had to be stented, and because of hydronephrosis, bleeding, patient was given radiotherapy. And with the radiotherapy, patient had CEA came down from 3000 to 1240. Bleeding stopped. Patient had a symptomatic, the renal function improved, and patient said she don't want further chemotherapy. Patient was denied further. Was not okay with further chemotherapy and was kept on follow for some days. Then we have done a CGP. That CGP shows the CGP, initial CGP. This is
the left side one is the initial CGP.
Initial CGP.
So RAS was mutated. That's why I was thinking why they never tried.
RAS was mutated. From the baseline itself, RAS was mutated.
That's very interesting also. It sounds quite interesting. CDH1 is frame shift.
With this CGP report, you started acasomab plus trametinib. No. That was the reason, or it was started blankly.
Doctor decision to start with chemotherapy
No.
because the patient have rejected.
Patient was not okay with any chemotherapy, so they went for an international tumor board. They also saw multiple PDL1. PDL1 is negative. PDL1 is negative. They searched multiple sites, including around the globe for clinical trial options. By that time, Corona pandemic came. They had an international tumor board and they suggested HSO plus trametinib. That was started, but there was no response from day one onwards. Patient CEA progressed in spite of the treatment, but they completed 6 cycles with the in between fluctuating renal function test, recurrent UTI, etc. And after the 6 cycles of chemotherapy with the HSO plus trametinib, PET-CT was showing progressive disease. So a repeat biopsy, cystoscopy biopsy from the bladder and a liquid biopsy was being attempted, and that was again subjected for foundation. So that is the second.
So this is the right side is the second report from the liquid biopsy.
I think it's the same. NRAS has lost, or it's wild type anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I think so.
mTOR is the only
steady
new one. mTOR is the new one. mTOR is the new one.
I don't know. KRAS, I think so in future we'll have more and more drugs for KRAS.
Yes.
G12C we have sort of said no, but G12D and all they are trying to target it. Because once we get KRAS, we may have some more PSS in some of the cancers I think. I don't know, Dr. Amit only can. How can we go ahead?
So CTH1 mutation and APC both activate the beta clearance pathway. Activation of that is a biomarker for poor response to immunotherapy. So knowing the fact that immunotherapy is not going to work, anyway they attempted, there is no harm in hoping it may work in some miraculous way, but genomically it is not that great.
The CPS score was 20 in the first.
So that may be the explanation why they have chosen PD-L1 being positive. So that will be a question. But whenever we see this is a classical resistance biomarker for immunotherapy. KRAS definitely dramatic tried, but somehow on dramatinib the patient developed a parallel resistance pathway using mTOR. That is the explanation why dramatinib probably might be working, but tumor learn faster than the drug actually. And that is why the parallel pathways are not being activated and end up having no outcome. But that is the way I can see the difference.
So these are the report of DAF with both the reports basically. So I will just give you a summary of that. So any comments on the VAF of both the reports? That initially the left side is the tissue one, which having the KRAS mutation 67% and APC mutation is 70%, and then in the right side liquid biopsy after certain treatment, all those things. The KRAS is 18% right now and APC is 22% right now. So,
but that won't clinically translate into any meaningful. All of them are significant, more than 5% or so.
Yes.
Clinically, what is the interpretation of how that is going to help the clinician? I don't know.
Nothing but if you see the mTOR which is picking up, so mTOR 1 is the lowest VAF as compared to the one which are already there. And if you see the proportion of the tissue VAF and the liquid VAF, it is in the range of you can say 1:3. So 21 and the 70 is effectively 1:3.5 actually. That ratio is maintained, but the new subclonal population of mTOR is coming up that could explain the resistance mechanism. But per se, this comparison does not help us in making any diagnosis, except that yes, the dominance of T53 is there, the dominance of KRAS is there, the dominance of APC is there.
Probably regorafenib would be an option if we have not used it.
Yeah, so definitely you can use that when there's a penicillin.
It's a non-specific.
No, non-specific. It's non-specific.
You have already tried Avastin.
Avastin has been used long time back, some 2 years back.
From Dr. Amit, from the CGP report, you can tell that this is colonic in origin.
APC is mutated. APC is mutated.
APC being the early phenomena and the KRAS will be late phenomena, probably yes. But if
You can get in other tumor types also.
Because it's 9-year DFS and other things. We are relying on IHC.
But APC and KRAS is the both
CDH1
are subsequent events in colon.
CDH1 is also suggesting it is a mucinous subtype. Probably. Yeah. So you can just
CDH is catheric.
Because mTOR and all comes in colon.
No, mTOR is
We have not seen
different.
in colon.
This mTOR is different.
post-dramatinib. That is the learning. It is not the early initiator. It is the late evolution on the drug pressure.
See, what I would like to know, when she had in 2011, the tissue biopsy, was it a 600 gene panel or was it
2011, nothing, sir. Adjuvant treatment.
No, what was the
so
filing?
initially first CGP
That
was
was
done
not
in
perfect.
2021 actually.
Oh,
2011 was not perfect.
So 2021 was the first CGP was done.
Okay.
And then now recently, just 2 months before the second CGP was done.
So a possibility of gastric has to be also ruled out because CDH is one possibility.
Yeah, that is what I was saying. Basically,
But yeah, but if you see
the cook and burn.
Kuchenberg presentation, but if you see the VAF, a VAF of CDH1 is far less as compared to KRAS. In the tissue itself, VAF is 21, the KRAS is 70. So I think CDH is not the primary alteration here. Maybe a secondary on the road we have developed it.
You have both the APC and KRAS. Also again a subsequent event after the APC is KRAS
And that's the 53.
and T50. All of them are goes hand in hand with the colon cancer algorithm.
Very interesting case though. As compared to chemotherapy. So there is a benefit, but there is not a perfect answer to oppose this problem.
that's
Regarding the percentage, there was a discussion in your last talk. I'll just add a 2 points. There have been 2 publications, one from Indian side recently in that research gate and other things. So, yeah, he also had a decent publication. That means 8% or something is the benefit, and if you give that, the benefit to the patient is 3 to 4%. So I think so. We have to be clear to tell the patient.
Yes. Don't paint a rosy picture at all. It is not rosy
For
at
those
all.
3% of benefit.
Yeah, it is a game changer. It's a game changer.
It's a game changer.
So if we can say NTRK fusions are tissue agnostic and anybody should try it, why not 3% is the biggest than
Actually, I wanted to tell one thing. Once we do this in years, etc., what happens is we are going into the field of immunotherapy, etc. So, going back to the so many patients whom we have treated with the conventional treatment, we have come across very many cases where conventional treatments, especially metronomic treatment with the cyclophosphamide, acid therapy, etc., have produced the exceptional lasting control of the disease. So, why don't you do a retrospective study on the max block of such pieces and come out with something new?
Yeah, but you see, that actually you can do now on the computer. You don't even have to do any retrospective study. TCJ data is there, it has all the clinical data.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is do some fine bioinformatics study of exceptional responders. So that is actually a thing which many people are doing. Unfortunately, we are still not able to work out clearly in most malignancies why a particular patient is responding so profoundly well compared to another patient. So that's where this whole exome business comes into play. Targeted sequencing will not be able to find out, I don't think so. Very unusual. So where you will have genes which you have not predicted to work in cancer. There are so many genes you have not identified which have a role in pathogenesis of cancer. See, the 600 gene panel is based on what we know now. It is not based on, it's based on academic work actually. So there are a lot of 20,000 genes, how many more genes are involved we do not know. So that more research only will tell us.
Regarding your comment on the metronomic therapy and good responses, I think it is more of immunomodulation benefit what you get and some anti-angiogenesis benefit, which anyways is a non-specific approach which can be tried. So, but do we have a really biomarker to find who are the eligible patients for metronomic therapy? Again, it's a question to be answered. Thank you.
Yes, ready.
Nice cold environment. If there were a bed, it would have been very pleasant. And my talk will most likely be a lullaby both for myself and for everybody else here. It's a very pleasant day, very nice to be here, a lot of things to learn. And I'm very fortunate to have come here when two of my teachers are here. Dr. Ganeshan, you've been listening to since morning. I had the good fortune of working under him in 2005 to 6 under the institute. And very pleasant surprise was to find Dr. Bhupadan sitting here. Sir was my professor of oncology in Madras Medical College 28 years back. It's an amazing pleasant surprise to find you here, sir. My talk is on tumor agnostic therapy. This talk was prepared mainly by me as a clinician who's now a student for the sake of students. So I'm trying to summarize my understanding of what tumor agnostic molecular targeted therapy is. And in this talk, we'll first start with the conventional approach to cancer management, and then we'll go on to understand what actually is the meaning of tumor agnostic molecularly targeted therapy. We'll touch upon basket-wise. Many of these topics have actually been discussed quite in detail in the morning, so that makes my job very easy. So I'll be able to brush through several of these things without going to be too much into the depth. Like as clinicians, even today, our standard workflow in a typical oncology clinic is, whether it's a hematological malignancy or in solid tumors, we look at what is the tissue of origin or which organ it has come from. Most of the diagnosis is actually morphology based, and then you add the molecular diagnosis on top of it, and you take a decision on treatment. And we've had an excellent tumor board which actually highlighted the importance of the clinical, histological as well as the molecular aspects. So what is tumor agnostic therapy? Agnosis is defined as something non-committal or undogmatic or not fitting into a particular design or system. Okay? And tumor agnostic therapy is a type of therapy that basically uses drugs or substances based on the cancer's genetic and molecular features rather than the histological features. So we are now looking at a different view of looking at the cancer itself. So broadly, it means a treatment that works irrespective of the histology or the tissue of origin. So that's actually tumor agnostic therapy. The basic rationale is that in conventional approach, we are looking at a tissue-centric approach, and the cancer diagnosis is based on histological and subtyping, and most of the treatment is broad spectrum, which is like chemotherapy or radiation, which is broad spectrum. But you have molecular targeted therapy. So why not look at it from the molecular aspect itself? And the tumor agnostic therapy tries basically to look at tumors from the molecular and pathway-centric approach. There is a reliance on driver mutations, and the importance of histology is much less, sometimes even absent. This is a basic timeline of approval. So we don't have many drugs which are approved as considered tumor agnostic therapy per se. But the first one to be approved was pembrolizumab. It's a very rapid progression of development from 2011 when it entered clinical trials to 2017 when it got FDA approval as a tumor agnostic treatment. We are not talking of immunotherapy per se, we are talking of pembrolizumab as a tumor agnostic therapy. That is irrespective of which tumor you have, there are certain indications where you can use it. Then of course the NTRK fusion, which you've been listening to in the morning in the tumor board as well. Two drugs, larotrectinib and entrectinib. Although we discovered the NTRK fusions way back in 1986, it was only in 2017 or 2019 that we got approval for the NTRK inhibitors as tumor agnostic therapy. The latest to join the list is a drug called transectinib as a BET inhibitor. So I'll just sort of highlight a few things about these drugs and how they got approved. Pembrolizumab, in a series of trials, 5 trials actually, all of them are called Keynote. So 016, 12, 164, 28, 158. They were looking at a group of patients who had microsatellite instability high versus stable. So in these trials, they have extracted all the patients who had MSI high and then did a pooled analysis. About 150 patients who with the MSI high, most of them were colorectal cancers. But there were 14 other subtypes of cancers, which are about 60 patients. So now you see in a single study, you're having multiple different tumor types. And at least 2 prior therapies were there in this trial. So most of the patients had actually had at least 2 prior therapies. So they're heavily pretreated group sort of. As far as the testing itself is concerned, initial testing was mostly on IHC. Then it was later replaced by PCR. And then about 40 patients got both IHC and PCR. The key thing was they were expecting about 15% of these patients to respond after 2 prior therapies. So they got a rather remarkable overall response rate. Please note it's response rate. This is not a survival rate. This is overall response rate of about 40%, which sort of fulfilled the criteria for them to apply for the FDA approval. And the duration of response is also sustained. So more than 75% of patients had a more than 6 months response. So this was rather remarkable for this group of patients. And based on this, they got the FDA approval for MSI high. So that is one category where it is tumor agnostic for pembrolizumab. So how common is microsatellite instability? This is from Daniel Lavachi's article. I tried to create a graph out of it. So only 4% actually have MSI high, if you take all the tumors combined. But in some tumor types, it could go as high as 30%, as for example, in endometrial cancers and some gastric cancers. So it's quite varied. So you need to pick and choose which ones you would like to test for. Among the same patient pool, they tried to do another subset analysis. They looked at patients, especially in Keynote 158 study, again 10 tumor types of patients, and they tried to divide them based on high or low tumor mutational burden. So more than 10 or less than 10 mutations per megabase, and they found again a significantly higher response rate for patients who had high mutational burden. So this became the second sort of indication as a tumor agnostic therapy for pembrolizumab. So there are two areas. The pembrolizumab is used in a variety of cancers, but if you were to choose this drug, irrespective of histology, these would be the two indications so far. The second major class of drugs was the neurotropin tropomyosin receptor kinase fusion inhibitors. Now, there are basically three types of NTRK receptors, A, B, and C, with their own ligands. What it does is it's sort of a transmembrane protein, which has extracellular and intracellular domain and transmembrane domain, and basically acts as a tyrosine kinase. So it sort of triggers downstream activities which are through multiple MAP kinase pathway, RAS, RAF, MEK, the PI3 kinase pathway. Essentially what it does is, the fusion protein leads to a tyrosine kinase which is constitutionally active. So this allows us, just like BCR-ABL, line CML. So basically it allows us a target which is driving the cancer, and it allows you to block it irrespective of the histology of origin. But NTRK fusions are not common. NTRK fusions are only 1% of all solid tumors. But in some tumors, some rare tumors, you will find a majority of these tumors are having this fusion protein. Now, the good thing about NTRK fusions is that unlike many of these common cancers, where, for example, lung cancer, you have multiple mutations, these ones do not have secondary mutations so commonly. So that makes it very suitable for targeted therapy per se. These are some of the rare histologies where NTRK fusions are common. Of them, the commonest one would be papillary thyroid carcinoma. The other ones are rather rare, but even in the rare cancers, the extent of mutations is close to 100%, 90 to 100%. The word of caution here, mutations, NTRK mutations are also known, but they are not the same as NTRK fusions. Mutations actually decrease the extent of the activity of the NTRK fusion gene. So the tyrosine kinase activity is reduced in fusions, in mutations. The fusions are the ones in which the kinase activity is increased and therefore are targetable. Okay? So just because you find a mutation in test, don't go around trying to use an inhibitor for it. Now, as I said, there are rare tumors. So very difficult to do randomized controlled trials. As you know, randomized controlled trials, you need a large sample size to detect the significant changes. So typically, all these drugs have been developed based on a very different pipeline of clinical studies. So generally, what they have done is what has been described in the morning by Krishna sir as basket trials. So they generally pick up these patients who have fusions, either identified by NGS or FISH. Phase 1 and phase 2 studies are usually been done, and they analyze, they pool up all these data of multiple small trials and look at overall response rate as the most important outcome so far. Also the ongoing response rate at 12 months. So we hope that this would sort of extrapolate later on into overall survival. So that's the rationale that has been given by all these investigators when they have asked for the tumor agnostic approval of treatment. Okay, so both the drugs, larotrectinib and entrectinib, have typically a very small number of patients enrolled in the study because these are all pooled from phase 1, phase 2 studies. So the repectinib had only 55 patients and entrectinib only 54 patients when it was submitted for the FDA. But you see the overall response rates are very high. So please remember, these are patients in whom chemotherapy doesn't work very well. So in that subgroup, you suddenly find 75%, 60% response rate. It's sort of dramatic for these patients. So that is the reason why these two drugs have received tumor agnostic FDA approval. And this is not the end. The list is actually expanding as we speak. So some of these like dostarlimab, and this had come up like a sort of a viral WhatsApp message going across in MSI high patients. So dostarlimab got approval in MSI high patients as an immunotherapy. You have drugs like BRAF mutated plus MEK inhibitors, combination therapy, dabrafenib plus trametinib, that's approved. The bottom line is, many of these approvals have been based on, if you look at this end, in this column, what are known as basket trials. And basket trials are basically a type of trial, as described in the morning by Ganesh sir, that you take a particular mutation. You're not looking at the histology, you take multiple histologies, but the same mutation, and then you club all these patients into one study, and you give that drug. So you have a common targeted intervention. So that's a basket. So you take a basket, you put in multiple tumor types into it. That's a basket. The opposite of that is the umbrella trial. The umbrella trial is where you have one disease, many mutations. So one drug won't work there. So you have, say for example, lung cancer, you have multiple different types, molecular types of lung cancer. Each one will be put into a separate trial. So the ROS will go into one trial, MEK will go into one trial, RAS will go into one trial, EGFR will go into one trial, ERB2 will go into one trial. So that is an umbrella trial. So under one histological umbrella, you have multiple trials. Okay, like the spokes of the umbrella. And then you have what is known as a platform trial, where they keep adding one arm after the other. So these are the new generation trials that have made these kind of approvals possible. So if you have looked at the conventional kind of clinical trials that we have done for chemotherapy or for many other treatment modalities, these rare tumor types would not have got, the treatments would not have got approved. So it is because of these new generation of trials that we are finding the approval. There are certain basic rules. For example, you have rare tumors and you have common tumors. So in rare tumors, they generally you will find a precise molecular abnormality, and that would be the driving abnormality. So that's where, like for example, the hairy cell leukemia, you have a BRAF mutation, which is sort of a driver mutation in almost all patients. So similarly, you will find in all these rare tumors, you will find a driver mutation. But in common tumors, for example, you have lung cancer or breast cancer or any of these solid tumors which are commonly seen, you won't have one driver mutation. So this strategy of molecular tumor agnostic therapy may not be very easy to do it in common tumors. So for rare tumors, we use the basket trial design, and for the umbrella trial design, we choose the common tumors. So this is a general basic rule for students. One of the biggest challenges for any molecular targeted therapy is tumor heterogeneity, and we have seen this in the morning. There are two types of heterogeneity. One is spatial heterogeneity, or there's a horizontal heterogeneity. So a tumor in one part may be different molecularly from the tumor. The same person, the metastatic site may have a different kind of a molecular profile. So that is spatial heterogeneity. And then you have temporal heterogeneity. So as treatments evolve, as time progresses, you may acquire new mutations, new driver mutations may emerge, or there will be sort of selective pressure on certain types of molecular targets. So some of them become suppressed, some become sort of expressed. So there is a temporal heterogeneity. Now this is the biggest challenge to any molecular targeted therapy. We have always been able to combine chemotherapy drugs. Can you combine multiple targeted therapies? Despite a lot of work, this has remained a big challenge. So this is another type of a trial called N of 1 trials. So in this design, what they do is, If you find, for example, you do a test and you find multiple driver mutations, you choose one driver mutation, add a drug, like a phase 1 study in the same patient. You add a second drug. Do not do it in the kind of dosage that you have been using it as single drug. So when you combine them, you start at a lower dose and keep escalating in the same patient. So it's like doing multiple phase 1 study in the same in the single patient kind of thing. So that is called an N of 1 trial, and that is what is being studied to see whether we can combine molecular targeted therapies and especially to counteract tumor heterogeneity. Well, all clinicians are faced with this problem. How will you choose your patients? Well, if you have a rare histological diagnosis, or if you have malignancies with known driver mutations, it's worthwhile doing early molecular testing, look for the targeted therapy, and as you're giving targeted therapy, track the molecular evolution of the tumor and modify the targeted therapy. It's a very logical kind of approach. Suppose you have a common histology. So generally, you will not be able to use a tumor agnostic therapy in a common histology unless they have exhausted the standard lines of treatment, and that's been highlighted several times in the morning. So either you have relapsed post multiple lines of therapy, or you were faced with a metastatic disease in a patient without much effective treatment. Pancreatic cancer was discussed in the morning. In those patients, you can opt for molecular testing. And then the same pathway, you try the treatment and monitor the patient's molecular evolution. Okay? So the next question is, what kind of tests will you do? So if you're going to use molecular targeted treatment, what test would you choose? How will you decide that? Well, the first thing is, are you looking for a known mutation, or are you looking generally for an unknown target? That would decide the kind of test you do. Also, the kind of tissue available and the type of tissue available. Is it tumor, or is it peripheral blood, or any other source? And the biggest, of course, the elephant in the room, which we are not ready near, is the cost. So there are various tests. You could choose an immunohistochemistry panel, you can choose an RT-PCR panel or a FISH panel. But the test that is being advocated more and more now is, as we have seen in the morning, because of its high throughput nature and because of its ability to detect mutations which have previously not been characterized or are not part of an existing panel, is the next generation sequencing. What is currently recommended is the whole exome sequencing, but most likely in future it might become whole genome sequencing as we learn more and more about the importance of the non-coding regions. For example, the non-coding RNAs, the microRNAs. Once we learn the importance of these, again through academic research mainly, we will probably be shifting more and more into whole genome sequencing. And one of the biggest things that has happened is the crash in the cost of testing. So that has allowed us to do NGS for the cost of doing a multiple FISH panel, for example. So it becomes logical to use NGS as your test of choice. And this issue, when you do an NGS, you will find a series of mutations. And as we've just seen, we do not know which one of these mutations actually is the driver mutation and which of them is a passenger mutation. So typically in an NGS you find 30 genes, 10 of them would be considered candidates for a driver mutation, whereas the other 20 would be passenger mutations. They may not be actually the druggable mutations for you. They may not affect the outcome of your treatment. How do you identify that? So if you find recurrent mutations across tumors, across patient populations, then, or you find mutations which have a predictable functional impact. So if you do pathway analysis, you know that there is a logical mechanistic explanation for the mutations. Or if you find mutations which are combined. So you have one plus another mutation occurring again and again. So BRAF with MEK, something like that. So if you have that combination, then there is a good chance that they might be the driver mutations. But that's not all. So as you see, from here to here, you can see the importance of the driver mutations increasing and the importance of the passenger mutations decreasing. Okay? So the probability of having a passenger mutation decreasing. But the main thing is you must have evidence from experimental or functional validation. Functional validation in the lab and even better in the clinic. So if you have that, you know that you're dealing with a driver mutation when you see the NGS panel report. But is it so simple? Can we simply do a NGS test and look at the mutation and say, well, this must be the driver mutation and the tissue is not important at all? I don't think we have reached that level yet. Because if you look at this review paper from TAN, recently published in 2021, they have looked at the BRAF mutation, for example. And if you look at all the different tumor types, whether it's low-grade glioma, anaplastic thyroid carcinoma, melanoma, see, BRAF mutation you will find everywhere, the same kind of V600E mutations. But the response to treatment of the BRAF inhibitors is different depending on the tissue type. So are we confident in calling that irrespective of the tissue, if you find a mutation, the drug is likely to work? I don't think we've reached that level yet, and we should be circumspect on this, at least for the time being, because the tissue still matters, the tissue of origin still matters. Finally, I just wanted to tell the students that many of these treatments are new, they're evolving over time as we speak. The rapidity of development of drugs is so big that it's difficult for even medical oncologists to remain abreast of what's happening. So one good strategy would be to look at some of these websites which will tell you about the current clinical trials which are in progress. And you can go to these sites, you can put your search terms in terms of the drug you're looking for, in terms of the kind of target you're looking for, and see what trials are ongoing. Remember one thing, in clinical practice, you may find the name of a drug which is undergoing a trial, but you may not be able to use it. Not simply because it's not available, but because it may not be licensed yet. But you will know that there is a trial that a patient can enroll in. Okay? So that is one valuable resource when you start practicing, because more and more it will be difficult for you to remember offhand what drug you're likely to use in a given patient, because the targeted therapy is becoming so vast, and from just a couple of drugs 15 years back to more than 200 drugs now, it's impossible for us to remember everything. So you will have to rely on resources for your decision making, and especially for newer emerging therapies, it will be a good idea to look at the clinical trial websites. So I'll finish my talk with this slide. All this has happened because of the disruptive power of the NGS platform. The next-gen sequencing has changed the way we look at tumors, and also the rapid parallel development in drug development and bioinformatics pipelines, which have made all this possible, so that we are now trying to change our outlook towards how we look at a cancer patient. So from a completely organ to tissue based approach to now starting to look at a cancer patient from its molecular perspective. So it's a very exciting era that's beginning to develop, but these are very, very early days. And as I told you, tumors are heterogeneous. We do not know how the combination of targeted therapies will be, or how tolerable it will be, because remember that many of these targets are quite important for normal cells to function. So probably we will be looking at a hybrid and a complex model incorporating both tissue of origin as well as molecular targets. I will end with this. I am a student, so I would like to be listening to answers rather than questions. I'm not sure how many questions I can answer, but floor is open.
Time, it's a work in progress. That's all I can say. Yeah, I don't think any questions.
Sir, I have a question to ask you. Sure. I've been a chemotherapist essentially, and we've all been like that. The molecular targeted therapy came during my era. I mean, what I can say is I'm bridging between previous generation and the coming generations. Chemotherapy, radiation therapy are broad spectrum treatments. Do you think we can replace a broad spectrum treatment with multiple targeted therapies in?
Yeah, I think we can, and those sort of, only yesterday in our department, actually one of my colleagues was asking me, there is a hormone receptor resistant breast cancer who is also BRCA resistant. So what do we do here? Do we give oliparib or we give some new drug fulvestrant or some other drug, hormone resistant, and then with oliparib? What should we do? Actually there is a trial going on, exactly that, with palbociclib also. So essentially these things will happen. And I think there is no right or wrong answer here. I think you have to start looking at it logically. And certainly oliparib will have a role, no doubt. We are already doing palbociclib plus letrozole, the two different targets. Letrozole is for estrogen and palbociclib is for CD4. So this sort of thing will happen. And I think my sort of 10 years ago when I gave a talk, 10, 12 years ago, I said target therapy will be the future as we identify more and more targets. But don't forget that all the broad spectrum cytotoxic chemotherapy we use are also targeted therapies actually. They are targeting the DNA, RNA or some enzyme within the nucleus. So they are not specific to the tumor cell or a particular change in the tumor cell. They are broad spectrum in the sense they are anti-proliferative in that sense. So they can affect, that's why you get hair loss, gut goes. And many other targeted therapies also are not truly targeted, even CML. Gleevec only targets ABL, and there is normal ABL also circulating around, so that's why you get side effects. So only where you have fusion proteins and you have a drug which only targets the fusion protein, but not either partner, is a truly targeted drug. We don't have anything like that. Absolutely none. Although people are trying to find out, even when we were working on CML, we tried to identify antibodies by using peptides from either side of the breakpoint to try and see if we can target only the. So that is something, but it's very difficult to get selective antibodies which do that. It will also target either partner. So it's not targeted anyway. So it's more specific, relatively more specific, and of course the design is also different. It's based on structural information rather than cytotoxicity assays. So in that sense, so yes, in answer to your question, yes, that will happen. And I think more and more is going. Already it's happening. Right? Ipilimumab plus nivolumab. So that is the two different things. So that will happen. I don't think it's going to change. It will be more and more. The problem is. We have only so many patients, we have only so much time. How long, I mean, and the patients want answers very quickly. So many of these trials take time. They won't, there'll be probably an incremental of about 5% in survival. So it will take a long time to actually achieve that goal. So it's going to be a slow process only. The science is much more rapid, but the clinical side is slower. I mean, drugs also are more rapid than what we can achieve on the clinical side. Because we have to show an impact. If you don't show an impact, then it's like a bit like proton. I always ask my colleagues, proton, where is the juice? Where have you shown proton is really better than, other than in brain or something like that. So, it's the same thing.
Actually, it may not be in the real context, but the one thing which I would like to know from the floor, that is, we have a lot of HER2 positive breast cancers, and in spite of adjuvant trastuzumab, etc., some of them metastasis, some are triple positive, some are only HER2 positive, like that. We have even patients who metastatic breast cancer, liver metastasis, patients surviving 7 years, etc., and then dying of COVID, etc. But on the other hand, there are patients who develop trastuzumab resistance, and then we have to move to combinations, and then we have to move to see the trastuzumab emtansine, etc. And finally, many of them died. But has anybody got personal experiences of successful solutions for clinical situations like that?
So the one thing I always thought was, one of the, I think, ways you can use targeted therapy could be, for example, trastuzumab deruxtecan. You can use that as a target to conjugate something more lethal to be delivered to the cell.
It's very old.
Yeah, I remember you already worked on it, neuroendocrine tumors. So that is actually more fascinating to me if you look at what CAR T-cell therapy is doing. Use the target to home in the drug to the cell, and then use another drug, a slightly broad spectrum drug, to reduce the toxicity in the normal cell. So I'm very fascinated by that approach actually.
So that was a magic bullet. That was a magic bullet actually, but it took a long time because we didn't have, when monoclonal antibodies came in the 77 or something like that, paper was published. In the 80s itself, people started working on two things, one called ADAPT and the other one called VDAPT. ADAPT was antibody drug enzyme pro-drug treatment, and VDAPT was virus based. So essentially, clearly we had that concept, and Beck Shaw, who did all the work on cholangiocarcinoma, his main contribution after that was on ADAPT, antibody drug. The problem was we could not identify how to conjugate a drug to an antibody without disrupting its function. So that took a long time. Only pharmaceutical guys finally found out some linker they used, and that's how we got emtansine, and now more drugs are there, Hodgkin's disease, so many other drugs are there. So same sort of linkers are being used, and we're using very old drugs. We're not using new drugs. Same topo-1 inhibitors, and emtansine is the drug which has been known for a very long time. So yes, that is definitely possible. In answer to his question, see, I have a philosophical answer to this. I wrote a paper on this long time ago. Nixon declared a war on cancer. There is no question, there is no war. We are not going to win the war. So we can forget about it. We can only battle. We can only call it truce. So many of the targeted treatments and this immunotherapy and CAR T cells, all these things, CAR T cells are slightly different, but they also, in the end, will actually allow you to live longer with the cancer. I don't think we are going to get to a situation where we can cure every cancer which is metastatic. Early is different, but metastatic is more complex as a problem.
I remember one of the war docs had said this in 2005.
I just wanted to tell you about the conjugation. The trastuzumab was conjugated with lutetium and etc. by our Baba Research Center. So from Coimbatore, Coil Medical Center Hospital, they wanted some samples, and then it was taken to send to DRC, and then the conjugation did not happen. So the patient only had toxicity. so that is the problem.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all.
It is not easy.
Thank you.
See, there's a whole hypothesis going on in looking at the microenvironment. What do you see in the microenvironment? There are multiple factors, there are fluids, there are growth factors, so many things. So you cannot easily target. I mean, angiogenic therapy is one microenvironmental factor we are trying to grapple with, and even there we are not very successful. So I think targeted therapy against genes is probably slightly more successful because we know that they are driving the cancer at least in part. So I think future will be, so my prediction is in 10, 20 years time, probably even now, actually in the last 15 years how things have changed. We are more able to access and do long-range sequencing. So I think this will become part and parcel of oncology. So the earlier we learn how to interpret that report, which is very complex. Sendils, I will advise you to invite Sendil sometime. He gives a very good talk on the report. He says, I don't know anything, but this is what I know about the report. So it's actually a very good way of illustrating the various aspects of the report, which are important in deciphering what we do with the patient. So I think that's how it's going to go. So good to organize such meetings though, as part of every conference.
Just like what Professor Ganesan wrote, way back in 1995, I remember for metastatic colorectal cancer, this median survival was 6 months, and then came, at that time it used to be IFU and happened to go on given on a monthly, once in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, like that. Levamisole, IFU being given, etc. Then came the next one. Then came the 4,000. But the difference, the statistically significant. People always say about the statistical significance. What happens is there will be only a trivial difference between that study and the study which came next. Minimal increase in the survival. Then came the next study. Now the median survival has gone up to more than 30 months. So when we compare what it was in 1995 to what it is today, it is highly statistically significant. So as he said, the developments will happen only stepwise, gradually. So let us hope that targeted therapy is going to be a big solution in our efforts to conquer cancer. Cancer is conquerable, knowledge conquers cancer. So let us pursue, but our understanding is still like a blind man touching an elephant. So as we learn more and more, it becomes more and more complicated. But before I conclude, I just wanted Professor Ganesan to tell a few words about his transformation to the molecular oncologist. How did you?
Well, I mean, this is not like between two friends. See, my feeling as a Tukmar, so in Tukmar, we were all treating, at that time, medicine was actually quite backward in India compared to what was happening in the West. So if you look at all the textbooks and all, we were doing things which we were not able to do, and it was quite different. So, but now it is not like that. Now we are on par, if not better, than the West in many different ways. But research, we are not at the same level. I think research is still 10 years, maybe more, behind what is happening in the West. So I chose oncology because I thought long term there is a very good opportunity here to improve, because the prognosis before I joined was dismal. So there is a lot of improvements that can be made that has stood the test of time, actually, compared to cardiology or other specialties. And research was integral to oncology. In England, when I trained, almost all the medical oncologists were academic appointments. So they had a PhD. There was not a single person who was service. And many of the radiotherapy doctors also, particularly in the Marsden, Alan Horridge, and the other gentleman's name, Mike, I forget his name now. He was also he was appointed as professor at 32. So he was actually very, very good.
Mike Brad.
Not Mike Brad, before that. I'll come back to his name, will come back to. So he edited also the Oxford textbook on oncology. So they were all very good academic people. So there was always a very strong focus on research, and even in US actually. The early oncologists were very academic. That's how the specialty improved on all aspects, not only surgery, but radiotherapy as well as. Research was an integral part. And, having left India where we have a huge number of patients, we can do anything we want with patients, but laboratory research was something that was completely new. That's how I got into it. And I think that keeps your brain cells active all the time. You don't get burnt out by giving somebody pills all the time. So that is actually very important. You get to meet different people, train a lot of students. Many of my PhD students are doing very well all over the world actually. So in that sense, it's like the residents we train in medical oncology or other specialties, radiotherapy and so on. So yes, I think, and it's very clear to me that research is such an integral component. All these advances I would not have been able to understand unless I had done the training PhD. So my advice would be 3 years with the DM or MD radiotherapy. I think MD radiotherapy also has to improve their training program. Is to actually have a year or two spent in the lab or in the clinical side, doing clinical research, learning how to interpret. See, many of the articles, I don't think people just read the abstract and it's a quick thing on the mobile. So that is not good enough. You have to actually go and read the paper. And I think that way you will become better at it. So ultimately that's the goal. So I think that's all I can say.